Greetings, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Today, in day 3 of the International Hydrogen Economy Forum and Strategic Lab, we shall witness two important exchanges of Memorandum of Understanding documents that involve Malaysian Green Technologies and Climate Change Center and esteemed universities. This MOU documents exchange ceremony marked a significant intent and drive for collaborative efforts towards sustainable economy and green growth in Malaysia. Fueled by low-carbon hydrogen technologies, the MOUs will set a target in driving the hydrogen economy forward, advancing development and deployment of hydrogen technology. Considering the COVID-19 pandemic, the memorandum parties have decided and agreed to hold the MOU document exchange ceremony virtually, with the hope that the spread of the disease can be restricted and economic activities can still be run through different means such as we have today. In this digital era, everything is becoming more possible and the world that we live in today has become more borderless. First off, to start, we shall witness the exchange of the Memorandum of Understanding between Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia and MGTC by Yang Berbahagia Profesor Datuk Teknologis Dr. Muhammad Ikhwan bin Haji Toriman, the Vice Chancellor of Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia, and Yang Berusaha Teknologi Samsul Baha bin Muhammad Noor, the CEO of MGTC. This MOC exchange ceremony will be witnessed by Yang Berbahagia Profesor Dr. Insignio Dr. Abu Bakar bin Jafar, the Chairman of MGTC, and Yang Berusaha Professor Insignio Dr. Siti Khartoum bin Kamarudin, the Director of Fuel Cell Institute, Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia. Thank you for being with us today. First in the lineup, I welcome the CEO of MGTC, Teknologi Samsul Baha bin Muhammad Noor, to deliver his speech. Please welcome Teknologi Samsul.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk TS Dr. Muhammad Ikhwan Haji Toriman, Vice Chancellor UKM. Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Insinyur Dr. A. Bakar Jaafar, Chairman MGTC. Yang berusaha Profesor Insinyur Dr. Siti Khartoum Kamarudin, Director Institute Cell Fuel UKM. Ladies and gentlemen and friends, Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. Hydrogen technologies have experienced cycles of excessive advancement with vast commercialization intent. A growing body of evidence suggests these technologies form an attractive option for the decarbonization of global energy system. A growing body of evidence suggests these technologies form an attractive option for the decarbonization of global energy systems, and that recent improvement in their cost and performance point towards economic viability. The potential role that hydrogen could play in the provision of electricity, heat, industry, transport and energy storage in the low-carbon energy system need to be realized. By laying the foundation and thus bridging the research and development in universities with the mainstream industries players are significant in ensuring the economic growth and sustainability of Malaysia. Ever since the recent transformation of MGTC in exponentially mainstreaming the green economy with joint implementation of programs in relation to green product and service expansion, training and human capital, advocacy of energy efficiency and renewable energy, we have seen multiple collaboration with R&D centers in hope to foster MGTC role in this purpose. We are privileged and honored to be here today for the MOU document exchange ceremony between MGTC and UKM. We would like to convey our appreciation to our collaboration partner, UKM, for the opportunity and the mutual interest in expediting the hydrogen economy initiatives. We are confident that by strengthening our cooperation, more programs can be crafted with further enhancement in the future. This collaboration by both parties shows intensive commitment in making this virtual MOU exchange ceremony a success, especially during these challenging times with the COVID-19 pandemic still harboring upon us. Ladies and gentlemen, 31st March 2021 marked an important milestone with the signing of the initial MOC document between MGTC and UKM. We've paved the way to foster collaboration in the following areas. 1. Advisory panel of experts participation in the development of strategies for hydrogen economy in Malaysia, roundtable dialogue and stakeholders consultation sessions. Number 2, research, development, innovation, commercialization and industrial application of hydrogen and fuel cell technologies. Number 3, hydrogen and fuel cell skill and training courses program between Cell Fuel Institute of UKM and Green Skills Center in MGTC. And number 4, networking enhancement for the promotion, exhibition, incentivization, and certification of Cell Fuel Institute products and technologies and innovation. And number 5, dispatchment of experts for capacity building development and knowledge transfer in hydrogen and fuel cell technologies areas. Ladies and gentlemen, I once again congratulate everyone involved for making this event a success, which officially mark the start of our collaboration. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Technology Samsul, for the wonderful speech. Now, I invite the Vice Chancellor of University Kebangsaan Malaysia yang berbahagia, Datuk Teknologis Dr. Muhammad Ikhwan, to deliver his speech. Please welcome Datuk.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good day. Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Insinyur Dr. A. Bakar Jaafar, Chairman Malaysia's Green Technology and Climate Change Center. Yang berbahagia Teknologi Samsul Bahar Muhammad Noor, Chief Executive Officer Malaysia's Green Technology and Climate Change Center. Yang berbahagia Profesor Insinyur Dr. Siti Khartoum Kamarudin, Director Fuel Cell Institute UKM. Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Insinyur Dr. Wan Ramli Wan Daud, Professor Chair of Sustainable Hydrogen Energy, Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia. And distinguished guests representing industry and academia, as well as everyone in the audience. Praise and thanks be to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, by whose guidance and blessings we have come together today for the Memorandum of Understanding signing ceremony between Fuel Cell Institute UKM and Malaysia's Green Technology and Climate Change Center, or MGTC. Ladies and gentlemen, recent years have been a massive increase of global interest in various technologies related to hydrogen. Fossil fuels are still Malaysia's primary energy source. However, the burning of fossil fuels creates greenhouse gases that contribute significantly to global warming and climate change. Therefore, fuel resources must be diversified to include alternative and renewable energy sources. Hydrogen is light, storable, energy heavy, and does not produce direct carbon emissions or greenhouse gases. Therefore, it is a promising energy carrier that can be transformed into a renewable, non-polluting and zero emissions green energy resource. Hydrogen is also widely used in carbon utilization processes that has high potential for commercializations. Hydrogen economy is an economy that relies on the hydrogen as a carbon-free energy carrier and with an energy delivery infrastructure that would deliver a significant fractions of our nation's energy and services. UKM has always been open to opportunities in contributing our expertise related to green technology and renewable energy. MGTC, which is the nation's lead catalyst for green technology deployment, is an agency under the purview of the Ministry of Environment and Water, or KASA, mandated to drive the countries in the scope of green growth, climate change mitigations, and green lifestyle. The agreement with MGTC through the Fuel Cell Institute is a show of confidence and trust in UKM to work together in developing the hydrogens and fuel cell industry. In line with the hydrogen economy progress in the world today, The MOU between MGTC and UKM will also facilitate the hydrogen economy initiative in an affordable and environmentally friendly manner, as well as to support the promotions of hydrogen power applications. Therefore, this collaboration will not only realize the vision of hydrogen economy for the nations, but also provide an opportunities for researchers and experts from both MGTC and UKM to share their knowledge and findings in order to drive the hydrogen economy initiative forward. Allow me to express my deepest appreciations to MGTC, as I hope that through this MOU, UKM can become a key strategic R&D partner for the industry, not only in the field of hydrogens and fuel cell technologies, but also in relevant fields offered by the faculties and research institutes in UKM. The collaboration with MGTC can provide long-term benefits in the future and further strengthen the relationship between UKM and MGTC. On behalf of UKM, inshallah, we will do our best to ensure the success of this MOU. Hopefully, such ventures can be an example to other industries to work together with institutions of higher learning in research cooperations for the benefits of the country. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Technologist Dr. Muhammad Ikhwan, for the brilliant insight and wonderful speech. We hope that from this collaboration, more joint activities on hydrogen economy research and development can be implemented in the future. Now, I welcome the Director of the Fuel Cell Institute, Professor Insignio Dr. Siti Khartoum, to give her remark.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good day to everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to say a few words on behalf of Fuel Cell Institute. I would like to convey my gratitude to MGTC for being a catalyst in building a research network of research collaboration with Fuel Cell Institute through this MOU. As a research institute in University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Fuel Cell has always strived to contribute in academic pursuit and research, where we have taken various initiatives to succeed in academic program and related research projects. Prior to this MOU, Fuel Cell has formed successfully industrial academic partnership to promote innovation that will benefit the nation and society at large. The MOU with MGTC is a vital step in realizing our objective to be the technology incubator center and to produce skilled human resources in the field of fuel cell, hydrogen energy and energy policy management to support the national agenda towards zero carbon energy. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor, for the remark. We are optimistic that the collaboration between University Kebangsaan Malaysia, in particular the Fuel Cell Institute and MGTC, will lead to a greater program that will benefit the nation. Now, for the closing remark, before we go for our MOU exchange ceremony and witnessing, please welcome Yang Berbahagia Professor Dato' Insignio Dr. Abu Bakar Jafar.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good day. Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Teknologis Dr. Muhammad Ikhwan Haji Toriman, Vice Chancellor Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia, UKM. Yang berbahagia Teknologis Syamsul Bahar Muhammad Noor, Chief Executive Officer, Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Centre. Yang berbahagia Profesor Engineer Dr. Siti Khartoum Kamarudin, Director UKM Fuel Cells Institute. Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Engineer Dr. Wan Ramli Wan Daud, Professor and Chair of Sustainable Hydrogen Energy, Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia. Para hadirin yang dihormati sekalian, Assalamualaikum dan selamat pagi. I'm delighted to be here today to witness the ceremony on the exchange of the Memorandum of Understanding between Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Centre and University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Malaysian Green Technology Corporation and Climate Change Centre has always been in support of the initiatives undertaken by universities and other public and private research institutes or centres, and is looking forward to strengthen and explore the adoption and development of technologies that lead to the low carbon economy. Today, MGTC's strategic collaboration with University Kebangsaan Malaysia and its Fuel Cell Institute is sealed to focus on accelerating research and development and commercialization of hydrogen fuel cell technologies. I hope this collaboration shall benefit both parties in terms of knowledge and technology transfer, value chains development, and hydrogen ecosystems with high potential applications in all sectors of the economy, especially in Malaysia and the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Isinio Abu Bakar, for the remark. Now, we are ready for the MOU exchange ceremony. I request that each member of the ceremony be ready, and here are some general housekeeping rules. Make sure that you have the MOU document with you. Make sure that the distance between the document and the camera is well spaced so we can see the signatories from the waist up along with the document. So is everyone ready? Great. So now for the photo session. We will be having two photo ops position. For the first position, we have the document centered in front of you. Make sure that all of us smile with the biggest smile that we can exhibit. The second position, a picture with the document, but with a big thumbs up. Okay, that's it. Beautiful photo and smile, everyone. We are coming to an end for our first memorandum exchange. Thank you, everyone, for participating in this MOU ceremony and making it a success. We truly appreciate the effort made by University Kebangsaan Malaysia and MGTC for the session and hope that this set the pace for a greater collaboration in the future. Thank you. Now, the members of the MOU exchange ceremony, you may now excuse yourself. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before moving on to the next MOU, let us take a few minutes to watch a video by University Kebangsaan Malaysia.
Di sinilah universiti yang mengilhamkan masa depan. Masa depan generasi muda. Masa depan cara hidup kita. Masa depan negara ini. Dan masa depan bermula dengan mencipta pelbagai penerokaan. masa depan bermula di sini, sekarang, di mana segala kemungkinan tiada batasan.
Next, we shall witness the second And final MOU exchange of the day. This MOU exchange will be between University Malaya and MGTC. The parties of the MOU will be represented by Yang Berusaha Professor Dr. Nur Saadah Abdul Rahman, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Research and Innovation, University Malaya, and Yang Berusaha Technology Samsul Baha bin Muhammad Noor, the CEO of MGTC. This MOU exchange ceremony will also be witnessed by Yang Berbahagia Professor Dato' Insinyur Dr. Abu Bakar bin Jafar, the Chairman of MGTC, and Yang Berusaha Professor Nasruddin bin Abdul Rahim, the Director of University Malaya Power Energy Dedicated Advanced Center. Thank you for being with us today. Now, I welcome the CEO of MGTC Technology Samsul Baha bin Muhammad Noor to deliver his speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang berbahagia Profesor Dato' Insinyur Dr. A. Bakar Jaafar, Chairman, Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Center. Yang berusaha Profesor Dr. Nur Saadah Abdul Rahman, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Innovation, Universiti Malaya. Yang berbahagia Profesor Insinyur Dr. Nasruddin Abdul Rahim, Director Power Energy Dedicated Advanced Center, PEDAC. Ladies and gentlemen and friends, Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. The hydrogen economy is inevitable. It has undergone numerous transformation and advancement ever since being incepted. A growing body of literature indicated that hydrogen will play the role as an important energy carrier for decarbonization of the global energy system, especially for the hard-to-abate sectors such as oil and gas, chemicals, and metal production. In recent years, many studies have pointed out that the latest improvement in low-carbon hydrogen technologies will eventually reach cost parity when compared against their fossil fuel counterparts. It is necessary that the bridging between research and development with commercialization can be done to drive lower costs in making hydrogen technologies such as fuel cell and electrolyzer economically viable. Ever since the recent transformation of MGTC from an energy research powerhouse to a national catalyst of green economy, we have implemented collaborative programs that relates to green product and service expansion, training and human capital, advocacy for energy efficiency and renewable energy. For this, we have partnered with various academic and research institutions that has helped Malaysia to fulfill its potential to become the prime mover in areas related to green technology. We are privileged and honored to be here today for the MOU document exchange ceremony between MGTC and one of the top 70 universities in the world by QS ranking, and the top-ranked university in Malaysia. We would like to convey our utmost appreciation to University Malaya for their shared vision and interest in pushing and driving the hydrogen economy initiative. We are confident that by strengthening our cooperation with University Malaya's support and expertise, more improved programs can be actively driven in the future. This collaboration by both parties shows extensive commitment in making this virtual MOU exchange ceremony a success, especially during these challenging times with the COVID-19 pandemic still hovering upon us. Ladies and gentlemen, December 2020 marked an important landmark with the signing of the initial MOU document between MGTC and which paved the way for the strategic collaborations in the following areas. Number one, exchange of information, data and research on sustainable energy and sustainable mobility. Number two, consultancy services in relation to sustainable energy and sustainable mobility. This pertains to technology application, pilot project implementation, development of business models, policies, regulations, standards, and GHG emissions guideline. Number three, adoption of green products and services certification for sustainable energy and sustainable mobility. Number four, establishment of private partnership and international network linkages. And number 5, awareness and promotional campaigns on sustainable energy and sustainable mobility. Ladies and gentlemen, I once again congratulate everyone that contributed to making this event a success, and this officially marks the start of our collaboration. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Technology Samsul, for the elegant speech. Now, I invite the Deputy Vice-Chancellor of University Malaya, Professor Dr. Nur Saadah, to deliver her speech. Please welcome Professor Nur Saadah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good morning. Yang berusaha T.S. Syamsul Bahar Muhammad Noor, Chief Executive Officer, Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Center. Yang berbahagia Profesor Dato' IR Dr. A. Bakar Jaafar, Chairman, Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Center. Yang berusaha Profesor IR Dr. Nasruddin Abdul Rahim, Director, UN Power Energy Dedicated Advanced Center or UNPDEC. Ladies and gentlemen, I am incredibly pleased to sign this Memorandum of Understanding between University Malaya and the Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Center. Even before this ceremony, UN and MGTC have established many collaborative activities together. These collaborative activities aim to provide or improve the government policy in green technology areas, including energy, environment, transportation, electric vehicle, and standards. With the signing of this MOU, UN and MGTC can explore more strategic collaborations, which may include but not limited to the following areas: exchange of information, data, and research on sustainable energy and sustainable mobility, consultancy services concerning policies, regulation, technology application, pilot projects, business models, standard and guidelines on development of greenhouse gases mitigation and adaptation analysis within the field of sustainable energy and sustainable mobility. Adaptation on green products and services certification on sustainable energy and sustainable mobility, establishment of public-private partnerships and international network linkages, awareness and promotional campaign on sustainable energy and sustainable mobility. Furthermore, UN and MGTC may implement within the framework on the development of research, demonstration, commercialization, and training programs and activities such as dispatchment of experts, joint workshop, module development and training programs, joint research development, demonstration, and commercialization products or projects, collaboration in publication, and cooperation in other areas. Indeed, we believe this MOU will foster and embark on green cooperation and trust, and I congratulate the Director of UNPDEC and his team for the effort in working together with MGTC to design this unique MOU. I would like to thank MGTC for this collaboration and for trusting and choosing University Malaya to be their partner in this research collaboration. Thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Nur Saadah, for the lovely speech. We truly appreciate the insight from the remark and hope that the cooperation between University Malaya and MGTC will bring fruitful projects that will benefit the nation. Now, we get ready for the MOU document exchange. I request that each member of the ceremony be ready. Here's some general housekeeping rules. Make sure that you have the MOU document with you, and please make sure that the distance between the document and the camera is well spaced so we can see the signatories from the waist up along with the document. Is everyone ready? Great. So now for the photo session. We'll be having 2 photo ops positions. For the first position, we will have the document centered in front of you. Please make sure that all of us smile. Second position, a picture with a big thumbs up. Okay, that's it. Beautiful photo. We are coming to an end for our second memorandum exchange. Thank you everyone for participating in this MOU ceremony and making it a success. We truly appreciate the effort made by University Malaya and MGTC for the session and hope this will set the pace to joint implementation of sustainable energy and mobility initiative in the future. Thank you. Now the members of the MOU exchange ceremony, you may excuse yourself. Now, as before, let us take a moment to watch a video made by University Malaya.
Rising energy demand, global warming, oil crisis, unlimited resources from Mother Nature remain to be tapped. UMPDEC's research is going to change the energy landscape. UMPDEC has come a long way to evolve from a small power electronics research group in the 1990s into the first Higher Institution Center of Excellence, or HICO, in the field of renewable energy in Malaysia. As a HICO, UMPDEC has strengthened its research facilities and provided state-of-the-art equipment for power energy applications.
UMPDEC also provides many world-class facilities and also infrastructure to ease my research project. I had my opportunity to expose myself to many industrial equipment such as solar simulator and also grid simulator.
UMPDEC sets the Malaysian standard in providing world-class power energy research by producing well-rounded graduates with relevant skills for the industry.
UMPDEC is one of the best research centers in the field of energy in Malaysia.
During the course of this program, the courage in which you challenge yourself to something new, in somewhere new, make you stronger and it gives you the fulfilling and enjoyable life.
UMPDEC has also converted research outputs into technology and products that has tangible market values and economic impacts.
All research students in UMPDEC are exposed to the best research practices and experiences to produce high-impact solar power energy research.
For me, UMPDEC is the top higher institution center of excellence in the engineering cluster in Malaysia and is also well known both locally and internationally for its solar power energy research.
My research project in PV monitoring system in UMPDEC is aligned to the industrial market needs.
UMPDEC is the best research center in Malaysia, strong research expertise in the field of renewable energy, particularly solar, and extensive research collaboration network around the world that is able to suit up UMPDEC towards the regional and international level.
The knowledge, expertise, and technology know-how provided by UMPDEC has been transformed through a variety of programs for the benefits of nation and community. Throughout the years, UMPDEC has managed to achieve several notable milestones, including various prestigious national and international awards.
Look beyond what you see, quoted by the Lion King in the movie. UMPDEC has been formed for many years now. Looking back from the day we first started, we have faced countless challenges which helped us grow into a more established center. As the founder and director of UMPDEC, I hope that by working together, we can create synergy and reached to be a well-known center dedicated to power energy, regionally and internationally.
UMPDEC is the best.
UMPDEC is the best.
UMPDEC is the best.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, that have stayed with us for the memorandum exchange ceremony. We hope that you will enjoy the next session that have been arranged. Next, we'll be having the 5th roundtable dialogue of our 4-day International Hydrogen Economy Forum and Strategic Lab event, which will start at approximately 11 a.m. today. Everyone, stay safe, take care, and thank you again for joining us. Greetings, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and a very good morning. Now we are ready for the next agenda of the day, which is the Roundtable Dialogue Session 5. This session is aimed as a platform for knowledge and experience sharing by the respective speakers and panelists. The session will start with a series of presentations by the speakers, followed by a Q&A session moderated by our moderator yang berbahagia, Dato' Aisyah Ahmad. Now let me introduce a little bit about Dr. Aisyah. Dato' Aisyah is currently holding the role as the president of the Malaysian Automotive Association. Dato' Aisyah was the director of corporate affairs Motors Sime Darby Auto Bavaria Sdn Bhd, and she was also the chief operating officer of Sime Darby Auto Import Sdn Bhd, and retired as managing director of Jaguar Land Rover Malaysia Sdn Bhd on 31st September 2020, but remained as a board member of Jaguar Land Rover Malaysia Sdn Bhd until today. So without further ado, I will now pass my microphone to the moderator for this session. Please welcome Dato' Aisyah.
Okay, thank you, Abraham. Good morning to everyone, especially to my fellow panelists as well as the audience. First and foremost, my apologies for the technical error. That's why we have started a little bit later. For today's session, the topic is hydrogen fuel in the transportation sector. This is the latest fuel types that is available or being developed to make sure that we have green technology. And in Malaysia, it was Petronas that announced the aspiration to achieve net zero carbon emission in 2050. A commitment towards sustainability that balances environment, social, governance, as well as others. Basically, we will start off with the first speaker, which is Dato' Abdul Rashid Musa, who is the Chief Mobility and Innovation Officer, as well as President Aerospace Division UMW Corporation. A very old colleague of mine. He is no stranger to the automotive industry with over 28 years of experience in the automotive field. Dato' Abdul Rashid was involved in various projects and organizations ranging from research and development and production to sales and distribution at DRB Highcom. With his vast experience, he was appointed the Group Chief Mobility and Innovation Officer effective 1st January 2021, covering an expanded portfolio to drive and execute mobility and new product innovation as part of UMW's strategic shift. Concurrently, Dato' Abdul Rashid also heads the new standalone aerospace division. With that, I will invite Dato' Abdul Rashid to speak on the first topic, which is on green mobility. Dato' Abdul Rashid, the floor is yours.
Muted. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dato' Aisyah, for the kind introduction. I'm quite new in hydrogen. Of course, I've been making cars before, but in this area, I'm learning a lot from Prof. Dato' Wan Ramli, the people who are more educated than me in this area. Nevertheless, I try my level best to share with all members today something that been developed by Toyota in the area of green mobility. Let's start to understand why we need to enter or approach the journey here. Of course, to address the issue of emission. And this is the regulation for the world today. It's not only for Malaysia. And in Malaysia, the transport sector contributed about 42.4 million of metric ton of CO2 per year. That's about 23% contribution. And probably not many people are aware, individually, each individual car is emitting about 4.2 metric ton of carbon dioxide per year. This is based on average mileage of Malaysian. 28,000 kilometers per year with engine performance of emitting 150 gram per kilometer. So that's quite huge amount of emission. And in Malaysia today, we have more than 10 million unit in operation for cars. So it's quite a big number. So therefore, in green mobility, via electric cars, people are talking about a zero tailpipe emission for BEV to help comply emission standards. Electricity is seen to be a clean energy, I need to stress this. And then quieter than ICE engine and less parts for maintenance. And we need to actually address the issue of pollution and sustainable energy by ensuring climate change mitigation actions are in place. We're addressing the air pollution and also to probably lesser extent the noise pollution. Personally, I was involved in IGM back in 2015. When I was at Proton, we display a hybrid car, electric car, ICE, not ICE, actually the platform that we use, able to host ICE engine, hybrid and also full EV. And at that time, the Proton Iris is able to achieve the driving range of 300 kilometers versus a Nissan Leaf of 200 kilometers. And so we are quite ahead in some research work. Unfortunately, because of cost, we are not able to roll out the car on the road. And many people are talking about BEV today. We can see the news, watch the news, TV and whatnot every day, almost every day, about BEV. BEV truly cleaner than combustion engine cars? We need to answer this truly. And to my understanding, based on my study, we feel dirty when we drive ICE engine car, but we feel clean when we drive electric car. But we probably did not realize that actually the electricity being produced in Malaysia is also coming from hydrocarbon. So battery is only actually the mechanism or the element that store the energy. If the energy produced by the power plant is not clean, so we are storing a not clean energy as well. So the more we consume this electricity, the more we emit pollution. The difference is that we will not be seeing the pollution from your car because the pollution actually being done with electricity. So here I make a comparison between Malaysia and China, because China is also shouting loud about electric car. In Malaysia, our renewable energy to produce electricity is only about 6%. That's from Bakun. And others are actually from coal, natural gas, and petroleum. So all are hydrocarbons. So the more we have electric car, actually, the more TNB and power generation company have to produce electricity by the non-green methods. And it is even worse for China, whereby more than half of their so-called electricity generation are actually from coal, because coal is very much cheaper in Malaysia. The cost of coal per kilowatt hour to produce electricity is less than 20 cents per kilowatt hour. And the reason why China is going strong in this area is not because of climate change or reduced emission. It is actually because of technology front that they want to compete with Western countries because they are too far behind as compared to ICE engine. So they need to move into the new area where they will have a better level playing field with the Western countries. Therefore, they embark in a big way, and today they are the leader, but not necessarily they are producing cleaner cars because the electricity produced in China are still very much from coal, petroleum, and natural gas. So it's not so clean. So sometimes when we drive electric car, we feel clean. So think again, whether are we making the cleaner environment by driving electric car. So to me, I'm involved in designing cars before. So for ICE engine, we only have one type of emission. That is the CO2. But for electric car, we are actually now creating two types of hazards. Number one, it's actually from the power plant itself because the electricity is not clean. Second, battery got shelf life. And this battery are also actually need to be treated, another hazard after the end of the cycle. So now with electric car, actually we're creating two hazards instead of one from ICE. So what is the solution for that? The solution for it actually, as actually proposed and promoted by Toyota and also by other OEMs, is actually we need to look for green end-to-end solution. So what is the green end-to-end solution? The possible solution is actually using hydrogen. So the production of hydrogen, the green method, not the brown hydrogen, neither the blue hydrogen, but the green hydrogen. So to power the vehicle that emits water. So this is actually the so-called ultimate solution to our emission problem. So easier said than done, but we need to understand the different type of electrification. So, well, practically because of range requirement, hybrid electric car is actually the practical solution. That's why I think in the world today, about 80% of cars sold actually is a hybrid car, but not even plug-in hybrid, and much lesser numbers of full BEV, battery electric car. So if you look at this different type migration from hybrid, plug-in hybrid, and BEV, and now we want to talk about fuel cell itself. So powered by, it's also actually electric car, because people thought hydrogen car is not an electric car. It is an electric car. Only form of battery is actually in fuel cell. So that's why it's called FCEV, or fuel cell electric vehicle. So it is electric vehicle. It still drive, what drive the wheel is still the motor. But now the energy that's required to drive the wheel is from the reaction of that hydrogen in that battery of FCEV and transmit that to the wheel to run the motor. So it is still actually an electric vehicle, right? But powered by hydrogen, and the emission is purely clean, and that's water. So globally, FCEV vehicles sold, this is data that we got from International Energy Agency, Clean Energy Ministerial and Electrical Vehicle Initiative. As at December 2020, there are about 31,000 FCEV that we have on the road now in the world. And actually the leader is actually in South Korea. We thought that California or US is having more fuel cell car, but actually no. So it actually South Korea at 10,000 units, United States at 19,000, China at 5,000, and Japan at 4,000. And it come in different form, of course. So probably a more popular name like Toyota Mirai, and then Hyundai Nexo, Honda Clarity, and also bikes. Now we're talking about some trucks or bus, Cateno bus, even Hyundai, and Toyota fuel cell forklift as well. So there are different form. People are talking about, how to go green, and they will actually try to practice and apply this to other vehicles. In fact, before car, because BMW is also involved in supplying forklift, we are the market leader in Malaysia. A Toyota forklift driven since 1960s, already driven by battery. So actually there are much more, 70% in Malaysia now. We have much more numbers of electric driven forklift than diesel forklift, to the ratio of 7 to 3, 70% of electric forklift. Probably more introduced in industry, but not publicly known. The reason because it's a B2B arrangement. What people see is actually the one normal vehicle or car that you can see on the road, but not on industrial application. So I would like to share with panelists and also the audience today about the journey of hydrogen mobility for Toyota Mirai. It started actually back in 1992 on the development of FCV technology itself. And in 2011, they've showcased FCV concept vehicle, that FCVR bold there. Then Toyota announced the official name of a hydrogen car called Mirai. Mirai means future. And then the second generation of Mirai was announced for 2021, in fact 2020 and 2021 announced based on the NGA platform, because the previous first generation was using a Prius platform. And in 2021, so there are few achievements despite we are in COVID pandemic era now. So there are also progress made by Toyota in this area. Number one, solar powered first hydrogen production, storage and refueling facility in Australia. Second, Toyota also announced their new hydrogen fuel combustion engine technology. This is quite interesting. Recently announced by Mr. Akio Toyoda himself, that you can use actually hydrogen to run a normal engine. So that's normal engine, so you don't have to change it into a battery vehicle, but instead you're using the ICE engine, internal combustion engine, but changing the fuel from petrol using hydrogen as the fuel, direct fuel. This is also being done by some aerospace OEMs. So I know a bit about this, but I'm also involved in aerospace business. And as recent as May, Mirai break the world record of 1,000 kilometer hydrogen in France. So for a single charge of 5.6 kg, that can run 1,003 kilometer. That's quite impressive performance. So solar powered hydrogen facility, as I mentioned just now, so we need to make sure that we are green end to end. This actually demonstrated in Australia. So they invested about $7 million, if I'm not mistaken, from the news. So it's a standalone solar powered hydrogen production, storage and refueling facility in Australia. So by solar, this is a fully carbon neutral. They can produce up to 80 kg per day. So that probably can fill up. If 5 kg so per car, then we're talking about probably 15 cars that can be refueled by this station per day. So that's quite an achievement, and it can be a standalone, meaning that you don't have to produce the hydrogen far away and then transport, because transporting hydrogen can also be quite costly. So next is actually the one that I announced just now, hydrogen as a fuel for ICE engine. This is quite recent. Toyota announced their hydrogen fuel combustion engine technology, direct one, built this, that sips hydrogen. And they're using it for the, for the Fuji race that was in May. So April or May. So this is Fuji 24 hours endurance race racing using Toyota GR Yaris. So hydrogen can also run ICE engine. Not many people are aware of this. And I've also read an article by JCB, people are producing industrial equipment. They're also converting their diesel engine to run on hydrogen. So that's also possible to be done. So this is quite interesting, so that you don't have to create a new ecosystem. You can use the current ecosystem of ICE production and instead do some fine tuning, and you can get hydrogen supply to run your engine. So the Toyota Mirai breaks the world record of 1,000 kilometer hydrogen. The average fuel consumption is only at 0.55 kg for 100 kilometer. Of course, you cannot equate kg to water kg, because water, 1 meter cube water is 1 ton. Because this 0.55, so full tank of Mirai, the second generation is about 5.6 kg. That will take up a space or tank of 140 liter, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah? And please bear in mind that hydrogen, not all hydrogen quality can run hydrogen car. You must meet the requirement, the quality standards and purity of SAE J2719 and ISO 14687. Yeah, this is very important for us. So it's not all. We don't have a standard yet in Malaysia. I believe the government is coming up with a standard, because we cannot have the car here. We don't even have the refueling station. But we first and foremost, we need to have the standards for the hydrogen required, and also the refueling station, even for the vehicle itself, as example. So we need to understand this in holistic view. So this actually quite a very important testimony, because last time people say that, as compared to BEV, that hydrogen will have shorter driving range distance as compared to BEV car. But this proved them wrong, because you can see here, as recent as 2 months ago, that it's proven that with one refuel or 5 minutes refuel of 5.6 kg, that you can drive the car normal. So drivers adopted an eco driving style, but no special technique that used by everyday drivers, that we can drive actually the car and reach that distance of 1,000 kilometers. So that's quite impressive. Just sharing some success of Toyota Mirai. And so what's the difference between the first and second generation of Toyota Mirai? So the first one was launched in 2014. So on the layout, it was actually based on front wheel motor. Now it's based on rear wheel motor. And so output density is higher now. That's why I think the performance is better, and also the range. So the maximum output increased from 113 to 136, and the battery that we use 1.5 also use small battery there, and the range increased significantly. Officially based on, if not mistaken, it was JC08 standard, because there are many standards in defining the range, NEDC, WLTP. So this is actually based on JC08 Japanese standards. The range has improved from 650 to 850 kilometer. Previously, it was based on 2 hydrogen tanks, 122 liter. So now with additional tank, that's 141 liter. So I would like to end my presentation by showing this short video on Toyota Mirai, so you can appreciate the technology that has been introduced by Toyota in the area of hydrogen green technology to be adopted by the world. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dato Abdul Rashid. Very interesting presentation. I myself, being in the auto industry, didn't realize that using hydrogen fuel is the cleanest of all fuels. And basically, you can convert from the ICE system into hydrogen. So that's really good. So next, I'd like to invite the next panelist, which is Professor Dr. Wan Ramli bin Daud, obtained his Bachelor of Engineering degree from University of Monash, Australia in 1978 and PhD degree from University of Cambridge, United Kingdom in 1984. He is University Kebangsaan Malaysia UKM Petronas Professor of Sustainable Hydrogen Energy, Founding Director of Fuel Cell Institute, UKM, Founding President of Malaysia's Association of Hydrogen Energy, Fellow of Academy of Science Malaysia and Fellow of Institution of Chemical Engineering. He won the Merdeka Award 2016, Malaysia's top science award for outstanding research in green hydrogen energy fuel cells. Very, very impressive in terms of his CVs and all that, and all his achievements. So with that, I would like to invite Professor Dato Engineer Dr. Wan Ramli for your presentation. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Aisha, for the nice introduction. So today, I will be talking about the localization of fuel cell components. So if we were to start our hydrogen economy in Malaysia, one of the technologies that we should be manufacturing in Malaysia itself is the fuel cells. So in 2015, all governments of the world have joined in a COP21 Paris Agreement to limit global warming. Yeah, and the objective is to reach zero net greenhouse gas emission by second half of the 21st century. That is between 2050 and 2070. And you can see here some of the scenario of carbon emission. So if you if you don't reduce emission of carbon, then you have the carbon emission going up. If you look at the top graph there, and you will see the temperature will rise to up to 5 degrees C. Now, if you immediately cut emission, right, you will get the green curve, which would bring the carbon emission to zero somewhere between 2050 and 2100. So in this graph, for example, in this scenario, it is around 2070. Yeah. And each country at COP21 has agreed to determine its intended national determined contribution, INDCs, to achieve this. Malaysia carbon emission, you can see there, is rising. Yeah, the figure is up to 2018. We have done some mitigation, but if you look at the curve, it's not enough. We are still emitting a lot of carbon. Yeah, the last time was around 270 million ton of carbon per year. That is quite a lot. Yeah, and so Malaysia has committed to cut carbon emission intensity by 40% of 2005 level by 2035. This was stated by the minister in the opening of IGAM. Yeah, so this is Malaysia's commitment. And if you look at some simulation, this one by Professor Rasia's team. Professor Rasia is Professor Ulong at University of Malaya, Professor of Economics. He had done some simulation, and you will see that if we cut the carbon emission, you see the lowest line, yeah. The top line is if we don't do anything, yeah. And the other two graph, the yellow and blue line, is some other suggestion given by Nordhaus, yeah, and Stern, yeah, which we are not using. So we want to cut 40%, yeah, and by 2035, and that's why if you do that, then we can get the lowest line here, which is we stop the rise in emission, yeah, at around 200 million ton of carbon dioxide per year. And you see the effect on the temperature. Yeah, so if we do the one we are going to do, then we get a temperature rise up to concentration of the carbon dioxide, yeah, rise slightly, yeah, to around 500 ppm, yeah, and it will stabilize until the end of the first 100 years of the 21st century. One of the ways Malaysia is doing to cut the carbon emission is to target renewable energy 20%, yeah, of the energy mix, and to also deploy electric vehicle. Yeah? This is what Dato Musa said just now, to meet the emission target. But as he said, the EV is also actually emitting carbon, as well as the life cycle problem with the battery. So the question is, do Malaysia going to deploy green hydrogen fuel cell vehicle? Now, if you look at the energy policy, the renewable started in 2001 when the Malaysian government introduced the renewable energy other than hydro as the fifth fuel policy in 2001. And then they kickstarted with the small renewable energy project, which are mainly biomass dominated, but it didn't really fly. We didn't meet the target. And then in 2006, the Ministry of Energy commissioned a roadmap for solar, hydrogen, and fuel cell. Yeah. Why solar, hydrogen, fuel cells? Because all three of these are already an R&D topic in Malaysia, and there's a lot of research in this area, and that's why the roadmap was for solar. We have solar energy, solar photovoltaic, solar thermal, and then hydrogen energy and fuel cell. I was involved in this one, and the roadmap was implemented in the 9th Malaysia Plan, but was neglected afterwards, yeah, because the minister don't care about it, and the next KSU just ignored it, yeah, until today. So, and then for transportation, we have the National Biofuel Policy in 2006, which is the mandatory deployment of biodiesel, B5, B10, and B20. And then you have the Renewable Energy Roadmap in 2010, which covers solar, photovoltaic, and wind and biomass. Yeah, and then the government, Parliament approved Renewable Energy Act in 2011, as well as SEDA Act in 2012 to administer the feed-in tariff for renewable energy, and all this is for electrical power. And then in 2017, the Academy of Science of Malaysia, which is the top society for renowned scientists in Malaysia, produced a report called the Fuel Cell and Hydrogen Industry Blueprint, yeah, in 2017, where it updated the original hydrogen and fuel cell roadmap of 2006 and have been selling this idea to the government. And soon, I think the Ministry of Science is going to commission a formal report on the hydrogen economy roadmap for Malaysia. Now, the renewable energy, after the FIT quota has finished, then the Energy Commission took over and get Malaysians who want to have their solar energy at home, they will have to use the net energy metering system where you can sell your excess energy to the grid, and that would be a saving to your, that would be discounted in your bill. And then the Energy Commission launched the large-scale solar from 2017, and there's so many already being approved, and some have already been operating. And the target is 20% target for electricity by 2035. And the question is there any prospect for hydrogen as the sixth fuel? Yeah. Now, why it is called fuel and not energy? It's because of it is originally for electricity generation. So they are talking about fuel rather than energy. In the past, you have renewable energy as fifth fuel, and now probably hydrogen, if it is going to be used in electricity generation, then it would have to be termed as the sixth fuel. But the problem is, of course, the Ministry of Energy is new to hydrogen and are not very favorable on hydrogen for electricity generation right now. But for the transportation sector, there's a lot of interest in transition to electric transportation, as Dr. Rashid Musa just presented. Yeah, but electricity emits carbon. Yeah, so you still it's still dirty lah, because you take the electricity from the grid, and at most 20% of the grid will be RE, yeah, by 2035. But the rest of it, 80% of it, are still emitting carbon. So the answer should be transition to green hydrogen for zero emission transportation. And in Malaysia, maybe we should project the presence of fuel cell vehicle in maybe 2025. So by 2025, we should have some fuel cell vehicles flying the road in Malaysia. All right. So this is the updated proposed hydrogen economy roadmap. Yeah. So we start by doing public awareness, and then policies and guidelines to support new novel fuel cell application. So these are the things that are now being done by Academy of Science, by the Association of Hydrogen Energy, to make the public aware of hydrogen energy. And then, of course, we are also involved in drafting codes and standards. We've just finished doing codes and standards for hydrogen storage and fuel cell installation at telco tower, UPS, and standalone power. Yeah, and has been approved and will be brought to the International Telecommunication Union in Geneva for approval for the whole world. So we have one pilot plan for standalone solar energy, hydrogen energy fuel cell installation at the Technology Parks Malaysia, and funded by the Malaysian Communication Multimedia Commission, as well as by DG. So by 2035, yeah, we should be looking at the supply chain of fuel cell component, yeah, of manufacturing some of this fuel cell component, and then to enter into which there are two market entry for Malaysia. One is, of course, transportation. For example, the roadmap suggests that we have demo project of hydrogen highway in urban areas, and the Sarawak government and Sarawak Energy had preempted the roadmap by launching their own, the first in South Asia, the first hydrogen production, green hydrogen production, storage and refueling, as well as public transport and private car fused on hydrogen energy. So we're thinking of having more of this hydrogen highway in urban areas. For example, by 2025, we should have at least 10 hydrogen refueling from solar, hydro, off-peak biomass. So it has to be green hydrogen, and 20 fuel cell buses and cars. And then, of course, the other one is, of course, the one that is already funded by MCMC and DG, is the PMC powered UPS or standalone power for telco towers. And for your information, this power for telco towers is already being done in Indonesia. I think they are already more than 1,000 of them in Indonesia. Indonesia started off in fuel cell and hydrogen energy quite late. Most of them are my students, my PhD student, but they are now far ahead of Malaysia because we only have one at the Technology Park Malaysia. They have 1,000 all around the country. This standalone 5 kilowatt solar, hydrogen, and PMS telco towers. And then there are another type of fuel cell, which is the direct methanol fuel cell without using hydrogen. You can use methanol as power banks, which could be the entry market for it. And for all this, we need to have the supply chain for fuel cell component. And this is what I will be talking in my talk later on. And later on, there will be a human resource capacity building. Where now, I think we have already generated more than 50 PhDs and another 60 MSc graduates. And then, of course, more demo project for central power, 10 megawatt SOFC centralized power, fuel cell cost reduction by mass production. So by post 2035, 2040, there will be a lot of fuel cell application, and there will be the production will be very high volume, and therefore there will be fuel cell cost reduction. Electrolyzers, this is the technology of choice for production of green hydrogen from solar energy. And presently, most development are in the AM and PM electrolyzers for green hydrogen. I'm developing both PEM and AM for different customers. And then, of course, there should be investment in hydrogen infrastructure, by, for example, by Petronas to supply the hydrogen, or by the industrial gas companies like Linde and Air Product, Air Liquide, and so on. And then, of course, national priority for hydrogen infrastructure, secure stakeholder commitment. So at the moment, we don't have any secure stakeholder commitment. Even the government is still 50-50 on this, but we are working on it to get them on track. And then, of course, by 2050, there will be a lot of track record for hydrogen industry all over the world, and that could be used as a leverage for us to become a strong regional hydrogen player. We could have hydrogen fuel cell transportation, more of it, rather than just a few in the demo project. Zero emission smart city, more fuel cell powered buses, 150 megawatt distributed SOFCs, 200 hydrogen refueling station, by 2050, and of course, Petronas will be a global hydrogen supplier. And you should also include Sarawak Energy, because they are now dealing with Sumitomo, to produce green hydrogen from hydro power and to transport it to Japan using either ammonia or methyl cyclohexane. And of course, I'll be talking about the supply chain of fuel cell component and the localization. So according to the proposed roadmap, by 2025, we should have hydrogen highway demo project, hydrogen refueling from solar, hydro, off-peak electricity and biomass, and fuel cell cars and buses. Yeah, and then of course we should have telco tower and data center power. Yeah, we already have one at the Technology Parks Malaysia. So all the telcos should be having this green hydrogen UPS in the urban areas or standalone in the rural areas. So to kickstart the local fuel cell manufacturing industry, to meet some of the demands of the demo project and the growing industry in the future, two major obstacles have to be solved: supply chain of fuel cell component and human resource of knowledge and skilled workers. So this will lead to what I'm going to talk about today. So like many developing countries, Malaysia welcomes the deployment of green technologies such as hydrogen energy and fuel cell as in the proposed roadmap. And to kickstart hydrogen fuel cell industry, we have the demo projects. Yeah, again, deployment of hydrogen fuel cell is expected to bring to domestic industry creation of new technology jobs that require new knowledge and skills. So if UMW brings Toyota Mirai here, then there will be more people, new technology jobs, yeah, that require knowledge in fuel cell and hydrogen energy and skills in hydrogen fuel cell car. And then, of course, there will be transfer of new technologies and innovation to the country, and then increase competitiveness in domestic and international market. This will be followed by localization through the formation of viable local hydrogen fuel cell industry that creates value through further product innovation and application. So what are the problem or barriers for localization? Firstly, is domestic capabilities related to technology development and production. Secondly, domestic infrastructure of hydrogen production, storage and distribution and refueling, economies of scale due to large domestic and international markets, maturity of domestic and international supply chains of fuel cell components, and of course, lastly, the input factor costs such as cost of raw material, labor, utilities, licensing fees, etc. So, you look some example of localization, yeah? Localization of fuel cell components in South Korea. So at the moment, one of the most important component of fuel cell is the membrane, yeah? The membrane, the proton exchange membrane. So South Korea had decided to localize the manufacture of proton exchange membrane because these are monopolized by America and Europe, yeah? The proton exchange membrane. And Japan as well. So South Korea want to have their own membrane. So in March 2021, quite recently, Korea Research Institute of Chemical Technology signed a technology transfer agreement with local chemical company, Chemtros company, to localize perfluorinated sulfonic acid ionomer, yeah, which is the membrane of choice as the proton exchange membrane, which are used in fuel cell vehicle. And cost of PFSA is high because only a few global companies manufacture them. So localization of PFSI manufacture would reduce significantly a major input factor cost for FCV. Localization of fuel cell components in China. Right, so this is about the Toyota. Yeah, Toyota wants to go to a very large market for fuel cell vehicle. Yeah, China, whose automobile market is the world largest, plans to localize FCV component production by offering favorable incentive to manufacture to cater for 1 million FCVs for 2035. So Toyota was attracted to this, and they, which has been selling up to now only 10,000 units of Mirai worldwide, yeah, worldwide, not only in Japan. So that's not very economical. decided to reduce production costs and lack of infrastructure by localization to a huge market like China. 1 million FCVs. So in May 2020, Toyota set up a fuel cell system research and development company with the major automotive companies in China, like China Fao, Dongfeng, Guangzhou Automobile Group, Beijing Automotive Group, and Beijing Yehua. So localization is very important for the fuel cell industry in any country that hasn't got its own. So what are the domestic capabilities in Malaysia related to technology development and production of fuel cell? Well, we have R&D for the last 25 years, and have produced around 50 PhDs and 60 MSc. Some of them are foreign, including Indonesia, who is now doing well over there with many fuel cell systems being commercialized. And we also have 50 IPs or more on hydrogen technologies and fuel cell component. And we also have prototypes of PEM fuel cell stacks, fuel cell power generator, fuel cell motorcycle, and fuel cell golf carts and cars. However, lacks industrial players in fuel cell component manufacturing and application. This is the only problem in Malaysia. There's no company who want to tie up with universities to actually manufacture fuel cell component and use it in application, not only for domestic market, also for export market. So we lack that. And you can see here that these are some of the prototype that is already available in Malaysia: fuel cell power generator, fuel cell motorcycle, PEM electrolyzer, fuel cell golf buggy. You can see Tun Mahathir there driving. I forgot to put Dato' Rashid Musa also driving this fuel cell golf buggy when he was in Proton.
Yes.
So the next thing is domestic infrastructure for green hydrogen production. While Malaysia has 146 palm oil mill, which can produce a lot of biomass, 8 hydroelectric plant, 10 large-scale solar energy all over the country, and 1 ocean thermal site of Labuan, which potentially could produce green hydrogen easily. So these are the oil palm. You can see 146 of them, the black dots. There's so much biomass resources. And then you can see here the large-scale solar, which is the circle, and then the the pentagon are the hydroelectric plant. So you have quite a lot of it all over the place. And then the triangle, you can see one single triangle there. That's the Sabah Trough, which is a very deep trench, which could have differential density, which could be used by ocean thermal energy, to produce electricity, and then to produce hydrogen by electrolysis and transport by tanker. And in early 2019, in June somewhere 2019, the Sarawak Energy and Sarawak State Government launched the first Southeast Asia's integrated hydrogen production plant, refueling station, and fuel cell vehicle in Kuching, Sarawak, powered by water splitting and hydro energy. And you can see you have the 5G buses, 3 of them. You have Nexo cars from Hyundai, and also the refueling station. I'm not sure whether it is from Iwatani or is it from Lindy. Anyway, the Iwatani guy can tell us. In 2021, this year, Malaysia's largest company, Petronas, has entered the hydrogen economy by formation of the Petronas Hydrogen, and we learned about their activities yesterday, when the CEO of Petronas Hydrogen talked about decarbonization using hydrogen. So, economy of scale due to large domestic international market. While we look at the latest figures on the fuel cell in terms of megawatt, by application, portable, stationary, and transport. This is a global fuel cells shipped in 2040 to 2018. It's in the hundreds, not yet even 1,000 units yet. Yeah, but it is growing. Yeah, it is growing by at 20% per year. Yeah, and most of it is in transport. You can see the transport is the dark blue one. Yeah, but stationary application are also growing. Yeah, this is just to look at the more specific application. Yeah, by application, you have the fuel cell electric vehicle. Yeah, and so on. Trains, electrolyzers is the production of hydrogen. Yeah, which is the technology of choice for green hydrogen production. Yeah. So if global industry is to grow competitively across wider range of application, it must first reduce costs of input factors and manufacturing costs as well. That is very important. Strengthen supply chain for a range of different technologies. Yeah. Clearly, there is growing opportunity for Malaysia to take part in fuel cell component manufacturing, initially for export, taking advantage of its cheaper skill and knowledge workers. Yeah, so that's probably what we have. Now, just to introduce to the audience what are fuel cell component. Firstly, you can see here, this is an example of a PEM fuel cell. Yeah, one cell of it, you can see in the middle, you have the membrane, and sandwiched between membrane are the catalyst coating plus the gas diffusion layer. The gas diffusion layer is to have hydrogen on one side to diffuse to the catalyst and also oxygen on the other side. And then you sandwich it between two end plates, which contains the flow field where the gases will flow, and then the whole thing will be sandwiched and sealed using the sealing gasket. If you look at a fuel cell stack, yeah, so if you repeat all this so many times for the so many cells, say you want 40 cells, then you have 40 of this repeated, and in between them you have the bipolar plates. Yeah, the bipolar plate. Yeah, number 6. These are the bipolar plate, the dark plate here in between, and then you have the MEA in between them, the membrane electrode assembly. So you actually assemble the membrane, the catalyst coating, and the gas diffusion layer together to become one piece. That's number 7 there, MEA, membrane assembly. And when you combine them, right, it becomes a stack. So that would be a stack. You can see the stack, an example of a stack. And you can see the end plates at the end of each end of the fuel cell stack. And what is a PEM fuel cell system? Well, you have a fuel cell stack, and then that would be a fuel cell, and then you have the balance of plant, yeah, which is the rest of the equipment, yeah, which is required to operate a fuel cell stack. Yeah, you have air compressors, yeah, to get the air going into the fuel cell stack. You have the humidifier. You need to humidify the air so that the stack will operate. I mean, the membrane will operate at maximum ion transport. Yeah, and then of course you produce a lot of water when hydrogen, I mean proton, react with oxygen to produce some water. So you need to also get rid of the water. Then you need to separate it. Yeah, and you don't throw away the hydrogen. You can recirculate it back to the anode. Yeah, so that would be the balance of plant. Yeah, so when you manufacture a fuel cell stack, you won't be able to use it if you don't have the balance of plant. So you need a PEM fuel cell system. So this is an example of supply chain for PEM fuel cell. You can see the PEM fuel cell stack. It's a subsystem of the PEM fuel cell system. So you integrate it into the PEM fuel cell system. It could be UPS for telco, or a fuel cell electric vehicle like the Mirai. So you have this PMFC stack. And to make the stack, you need the membrane electrode assemblies, and that would be assembled from the membrane, which consists of the ionoma or the proton exchange membrane and the support. And then you have catalyst, you have catalyst support onto the membrane, and then a gas division layer, like carbon fiber, and then bipolar plates. Now I think the Mirai use steel a bipolar plate coated with some material to prevent corrosion. And this is what the latest material for bipolar plate used by the industry. And then apart from that, to make a PEM fuel cell stack, you need seal, to seal the gases, and then you need compression hardware, end plate, thermostat, and so on. This would be the balance of plant. So you can see that there's so many things to be done for the balance of plant. Whereas the PEM fuel cell stack, only the membranes, the MEA, and then the bipolar plates, right? And then you can have your stack. But in order to make it to work, you need to put all this in place, all these ancillaries, or what we call the balance of plant, to make it into a PEM fuel cell system. Similarly, if you look for a vehicle, you add at the end vehicle integration. This is what Toyota does to produce the. So if you look at the maturity of a value chain for fuel cell, the value chain consists of the supply chain, which I've already told you. But apart from that, you have the value chains, material and labor, manufacturing costs, and also including R&D and innovation and so on, which would produce the next technology. So the value chain is very important, not just the supply chain. You need, in order to be sustainable, you need the whole value chain. So you need innovation, you need R&D, you need further improvement of the product, or to reduce the manufacturing costs and so on. Now, the manufacturing scenario, you have tier 3, which are the raw material suppliers, stocks and so on. And then the tier 2 suppliers are sub-assembly, sub-assembly. So they can, for example, make the MEA, or the bipolar plates, and so on. And then you have tier 1 suppliers, which would do the sub-assembly, and also component. They could also produce full fuel cell stack, and then the product integrator. This is the one that produce the actual product that customers will buy. For example, the Mirai, which is Toyota. Toyota is the product integrator, and customers will only see Toyota Mirai. They don't see all the others, tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 suppliers, which make up the industry. So you need to have a very mature value chain, so that we can have all these tier 3, tier 2, and tier 1 suppliers in order to get a product that is suitable for the product integrator. So we can have a look at some of the ways in which this is done. For example, you have tier 2. I neglect the tier 1 because these are all raw material. So tier 2 make the membrane or the catalyst, and GDL separately, and then the OEM will assemble the catalyst, membrane, and GDL. They make the MEA, and then build individual cells, and then build the cell stack. Bipolar plate is also supplied by tier 2, and combine that to form the cell and the stack. So usually component and sub-assemblies are supplied by tier 2 suppliers to OEM, who assemble modular custom configured fuel cell stack and delivers them on an agile basis. This is for small application. But stronger OEMs like Toyota, like car manufacturers, develop in-house design and assembly of fuel cell system and buying in component from tier one suppliers. For stronger OEM, they deal with tier one suppliers, but they own the design, and because they do it the way they did it in the internal combustion engine manufacturing, where they own the technology, the engine technology is theirs, right? But the rest they can take from tier one suppliers, but the engine they either make it themselves like Toyota, or they license it to tier one suppliers to make without giving them to the IP, right? So tier one can be asked to actually build fuel cell stack module integrated with stack BOP for the stronger OEM. But as always, OEM always like to protect their IP. So to prevent tier one suppliers becoming too capable, but to benefit from their low cost manufacturing while controlling IPs, critical component may be sourced on a make to print basis rather than co-developed. So that means they own the design and so on, but just license it to tier one suppliers to make. To avoid extended supply line with high working capital and disruption risk, critical component suppliers co-locate with final assembly plant for long-term. Now, you look at the cost of an 80 kilowatt net PEM fuel cell system, at too high production volume, 100,000 system per year or 500,000 system per year. So you can see that there is a slight reduction of about 5% of the cost of per kilowatt of the system. And the target for Department of Energy, US Department of Energy, is $30 per kilowatt. By 2022. Well, the date always shifts forward. As long we don't still get the $30 per kilowatt. So you need to improve the cost. And 2017 cost is reduce total platinum loading to reduce catalyst cost, increase air stoichiometry. This is in the operation of the fuel cell system to increase power density. And as you can see, for example, at annual production rate of 1 million, you can see you can get 30 USD per kilowatt. And this is what Toyota could do. Toyota is the largest automotive maker with about 9 to 10 million units a year. So if they could produce fuel cell vehicle at 1 million a year, then the cost of the Mirai would be cheaper than it is now, right? So everyone can buy. But you can see here at 1,000 unit, it is still already near to that, which is around 40 USD per kilowatt. Quite near to Department of Energy's target. And you could reduce the cost by changing the membrane to assembly manufacture. And then you don't include the sensor, the integrator will include it, right? So, and then of course in the BOP, better water droplet removal to improve the efficiency. So that's what you could get. And if you look at the fractional cost, the fractional cost at 1,000 system per year, and going on to 100,000, 500,000 system, you can see the main cost is the catalyst, 41%, and bipolar plates at 28%. So, but actually, the catalyst and bipolar plate cost depend on platinum and stainless steel cost, which doesn't change very much. Even if you buy a lot of platinum, because platinum is rare and produced by only a few global companies. So they tend to cost more, and their cost doesn't really drop if you buy 100 million ton of it. Yeah, it's still the same price, almost the same price. Stainless steel cost is still the same. It's quite cheap. Well, not really cheap, but it doesn't change very much. Yeah, stainless steel with coating to prevent corrosion. Other component costs depend on specialty materials and processing costs, more sensitive to manufacturing volume. So production volume increase, cause fraction of membrane and gas diffusion layer cost to go down, while fraction of catalyst and bipolar plate cost to go up. That's just the fraction, yeah, because it doesn't, the unit cost for catalyst and the stainless steel bipolar plate doesn't change very much, yeah, with volume. So the percentage would grow as you go, because the other costs would drop if you go for volume production. Again, this is another study about the fractional cost. Similarly, so you can see that the electrode, which are mainly the catalyst and GDL, the catalyst, which is platinum and ruthenium, these are very costly, and you can see it can go up to 51%. Yeah, and if you look at the cost of the system, half of the cost, 50% of the cost is the fuel cell stack itself. Yeah, and the rest are the BOPs. So 50% are BOP costs. So the same. Yeah. So what are for Malaysia? We have talked about domestic capabilities. We do have some, and we talk about the market. Yeah, there's a lot of growing market. Yeah, although not very much. It's growing, less than 10,000, but still growing. So cost of catalyst. Largest contribution of PEM fuel cell cost is the cost of platinum and ruthenium catalyst that constitute between 40 to 50% of PMFC costs. Now, in Malaysia, we do have some deposit, platinum group mineral deposit. The platinum doesn't occur by itself. It occurs with some other like osmium and so on together, and it's called platinum group mineral deposit. I could only find one in Upper Sagama, Sabah, which is in the middle of Sabah, somewhere there, number 2 there, yeah, right? And probably inaccessible. Nobody has mined it, yeah, but it's there, yeah. And also in Chero, near Raut, yeah, near Raut, not far from Raut, we have Chero, and they have found some platinum group mineral, but both are small and uneconomical because they are in the middle of the forest. Yeah, but you can import platinum and ruthenium from nearby countries like China, South Africa, Australia, or America. Yeah. One way to reduce catalyst costs is by developing low platinum and ruthenium catalyst loading. So whoever manufactures fuel cell in Malaysia will have to find ways of reducing the platinum load. Yeah. Cost of bipolar plates, second largest contribution to PMFC cost. Commercial PMFCs, bipolar plate are made from coated steel. You have local steel makers in Malaysia, and you could make the coated steel sheet for stamping at lower cost. Yeah, and we also have stamping plant in Malaysia. You know, Proton have it, yeah, and other, so we could use that. Yeah, cost of proton exchange membrane. Third largest contributor in proton exchange. Korea solved this problem by developing a new manufacturing process for perfluorinated sulfonic acid ionomer. There are a number of locally developed composite proton exchange membrane by UKM and UTM researchers, yeah, already patented, which could be commercialized if local companies are interested. Yeah, you could contact me for UKM or UTM. Yeah. We have actually produced some local composite proton exchange membrane which perform similarly to the perfluorinated sulfonic acid. ionomer. What will be the shape of fuel cell component manufacturing in Malaysia? Well, the hydrogen roadmap identify hydrogen highway, hydrogen refueling, and fuel cell cars and buses. So, but since fuel cell car and bus manufacturers are very strong OEMs, like Toyota, very strong, Honda, so on, local manufacturers could manufacture fuel cell component under license with them, so become tier one fuel cell component manufacturer under license using designed by Toyota, for example. Yeah, so UMW can do this. Yeah, produce fuel cell component for the Mirai. Yeah, in the future. Yeah, can benefit with the cheaper and skilled and knowledge workers in Malaysia. The second entry product would be telco tower and data center power. Yeah, and the roadmap suggests that use hydrogen fuel cell for 5 kilowatt uninterruptible power supply for telco tower. There's already one at Technology Park Malaysia, funded by the Malaysian Communication Multimedia Commission and by DG. Yeah, so we could do that. So since fuel cell is not a core business of telco companies, they are much weaker in controlling the UPS and power supply makers. So small Malaysian companies could partner with universities to manufacture small fuel cell for fuel cell UPS and standalone solar and fuel cell system for telco. Thank you very much for listening to my short presentation on localization of fuel cell component manufacturing in Malaysia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Dato Ramli, for your detailed presentation on the roadmap of hydrogen in Malaysia, as well as localization of fuel cell component manufacturing. My personal experience in terms of the hydrogen vehicles is we sold 3 Hyundai vehicles to the Sarawak state government. That was my only experience. And with that, we move on to the third panelist, which is going to talk about towards the expansion of hydrogen stations, Mr. Hiroshi Kimura. Mr. Hiroshi Kimura is the Senior Associate Officer as well as Executive Vice President of Iwatani Corporation of America. He promoted the construction of hydrogen filling stations in US. Currently, he is in charge of the entire hydrogen business as Deputy General Manager of the Hydrogen Division at Iwatani Corporation and is engaged in hydrogen sales in Japan and development of hydrogen sources overseas. So over to you, Mr. Kimura.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hiroshi Kimura from Iwatani Corporation. I'm a Deputy General Manager, Hydrogen Division. Iwatani is a leading hydrogen company in Japan, from production, storage, transportation, and the operation of fueling stations. Today, I'd like to talk about Iwatani's approach to expand hydrogen fueling stations in Japan and in the US and in Malaysia, hopefully in the future. This is a brief introduction of Iwatani Corporation. Establishment in 1930, 91 years ago, by Mr. Naoji Iwatani, our founder. Consolidated sales is over $6.3 billion, and more than around 10,000 people are working for Iwatani globally, including Malaysia. Iwatani's main focus is energy and industrial gases, including hydrogen, but now diversified to material business and also agri-bio business as well. Please take a look at Iwatani hydrogen history. in 1941, 70 years ago, Naoji Iwatani started the hydrogen business. In 1978, Iwatani became the first liquefied hydrogen manufacturer in Japan. In 2014, Iwatani became the first Japanese company to open the hydrogen fueling station in Japan. In 2019, Iwatani became the first company which operated stations both in Japan and in the United States. Our market share of liquefied hydrogen, right-hand side, is 100% because we are the only one liquefied hydrogen manufacturer in Japan. And we have 70% market share in gaseous and the liquefied market overall in Japan. This is Iwatani hydrogen vision. Japanese government declared carbon neutral in 2050 to solve the climate change issue. Therefore, as a leading company in Japan, Iwatani's vision has to be synchronized with Japanese government vision. In order to achieve this goal, there are two challenges in the future. Number one, hydrogen must be CO2 free. And number two, the price must be lower to create new demands. In order to solve both CO2 free and the lower price, one of the solutions is to utilize unused cheap brown coal in Australia to produce hydrogen and liquefied in Australia, and marine transportation to Japan by special hydrogen tanker, and also utilizes CCS technology, which means carbon capture storage, for offset of CO2 emission. Iwatani, assisted by NEDO with our partners, demonstrates the pilot project in this year, and the commercial supply chain will be ready before 2030. From now, I'd like to focus on our station business. That is our today's main topics. This picture is our first hydrogen station in Osaka, built in 2014 in our R&D center. What I'm going to emphasize here is that we are the first station operator to price the hydrogen for FCV car at $1 per noble square meter. This is the same price as gasoline for combustion cars and still the benchmarking price in Japan. This is the status of FCV and hydrogen fueling stations in Japan. The number of FCV is currently 6,000 and the number of stations is 166. Iwatani currently operating 53 stations, expanding nationwide from 3 big cities, Tokyo, Osaka, Nagoya. We expect the number of FCV will be increased to 200,000 before 2025. This is the status of California in the United States. The number of FCV is 11,000. This is almost as double as Japan. And the number of stations is 47 fewer than in Japan. Iwatani America currently has only 4 stations, but the number will be increased to 23 locations by the end of 2024. California government welcomes Iwatani from Japan and committed huge grant to Iwatani to build more stations in the future for growing hydrogen demands. I'd like to give you some ideas that how the government can support station operators until the market is matured. Both Japan and California government supporting the construction cost and also operation cost together with FCV's discount up to $20,000 maximum. This is one of the examples to show how deregulation is important. Self-dispensing is standard in the US, but was not in Japan until recently. Someone had to watch every station in person, but now only one person can cover 4 stations remotely. Safety is, of course, the most important matter, but deregulation is one of the keys to reduce operational cost. Iwatani always takes initiative to talk with the Japanese government for deregulations. JHIME is the standing for Japan H2 Mobility, one of the hydrogen councils in Japan to promote fueling stations in all over Japan. Iwatani alone cannot accomplish the goals. We need more partners and friends to realize hydrogen society together. Iwatani is one of the core members who constructed 80 stations for the past 4 years. These are several types of stations depending on their filling capacity and the space available. Left side shows medium scale, which can fuel 7 cars per hour, and 1,000 square meter space will be needed. H2 supply is optional. Compressed hydrogen means gaseous hydrogen and liquefied hydrogen. Iwatani believes liquefied hydrogen is more competitive than gaseous hydrogen due to lower cost of transportation. Just for your information, hydrogen can be liquefied under -253 degrees C. The volume of liquefied hydrogen gas becomes 1/800th of gaseous hydrogen. Therefore, transportation cost could be much lower. This is a typical equipment flow of hydrogen hour station. Left-hand side, hydrogen liquefied tanks, 2 hydrogen compressor, up to 82 megapascal, and 2 storage banks, and 2 pre-cooler and dispensers. It can dispense 6 cars per hour. Fueling time would be 3 to 5 minutes, much faster than EV charger. These pictures are Iwatani's milestone and the flagship stations. Number 1, as I mentioned, Amagasaki Osaka Station, our first fueling station in Japan. Number 2, Shibata Park Station near the Tokyo Station, Tokyo Tower. This is our flagship the station, busiest station in Japan. Number 3, Tokyo Ikegami, collaborated with the convenience store 7-Eleven. Number 4, Tokyo Ariake, located near Tokyo 2020 Olympic venues and can fuel 2 buses. Number 5 and number 6 located in 2 international airports. Number 7, Okayama Minami, is the package type, container type of station. And number 8, Iwatani West Sacramento, is one of the 4 stations we are operating in California from 2019. This is my last slide. I do not know whether or not Malaysian government has a roadmap for FCV and hydrogen station currently. If not, I'd like to encourage people in Malaysia or government people to make a picture and the vision for the future FCV and hydrogen stations. In order to tackle climate change issue, automobiles must be CO2 free in the future. As I made a presentation, governments have to support station operators until the market is matured by offering incentives and deregulations. According to our research, there are more than 32 million cars in Malaysia. If 5% of those cars are changed to FCV in the future, the number will be 16,000, which go beyond Japan and the USA, and will be need around 50 stations in Malaysia. I believe there are tremendous opportunities in Malaysia. This concludes my presentation today. I do hope Malaysian government will fill these blanks and make a roadmap shortly so that Iwatani can work together with Malaysian people who look for the better world to come and solve global climate change together. I deeply appreciate today's opportunity. I wish all of you and your families to remain safe and healthy during these very challenging times. I look forward to have another opportunity to talk about the hydrogen future together. Thank you for your attention. Thank you so much.
Dr. Aisha, you may start now.
Switch on your mic.
Moving on to the next panelist, we have Dr. Kyung Won So, Head of Group Fuel Cell Performance Development Group, Hyundai Motors. Now, Dr. So has 25 years of experience in developing vehicles for Hyundai Motor Group, and currently he is the head of the group in fuel cell performance development. So has contributed to the developments of fuel cell systems and vehicles, including buses, trucks, and he has received his BE and ME from Seoul National University. Then he earned a doctorate in engineering at the University of Michigan. With his research on fuel cell system, he was visiting researcher at the Fraunhofer Institute for Solar Energy System in Germany. Please welcome Mr. Dr. Kyo Hwan So.
Hello, everyone. It is great pleasure to present you today, even it is online. I am Kyung Won So from Hyundai Motor Company, and today I'm going to talk about the hydrogen economy and vision of Hyundai Motor Group. Currently, we are looking big paradigm shift to the green economy. As you can see in this picture, we see the history of our human society from 1920s and 21st centuries. Natural power source and transportation have been seen as a key factor in the Industrial Revolution, and these days, for 21 centuries, we are looking forward to be a decarbonized economy, and in this sector, hydrogen is going to be a very big role in power source and transportation. In future economy, renewable energy is very important, but we have to look over how we have to find challenges in renewable energy sources. In left picture, you can see that the balances and differences between the supply and needs in energy. When we are going to use renewable energy, there is always the differences in every day, in week, and even in an annual period. So we need lots of bulk energy storage, such as ESS, for example, with batteries. But this difference in energy necessary needs not only for a daily purpose, but yearly purpose for long term. So in daily uses as an energy storage, we are going to use as batteries, but for a long-term energy storage, for example, there needs to be a technology from powered gases, for example, hydrogen and methane. And also, in this internationally organized economy, we definitely need energy transportation. For green energy transportation, we need to move our renewable energy abroad. In that sense, for the right figure, you will see the method of transporting hydrogen. In transportation sector, there is a big change. Many countries have focused on CO2 reductions or even decarbonize the transportation sector. So automotive industry has big challenges. For small vehicles or passenger vehicles, hybrid system or battery EV will be fit for a near future. But for entire transportation, including commercial vehicles, trains, even aviation and ocean vessels, we need a new type of zero emissions So in this area, we are going to look over how we can use hydrogen. In automotive industry, fuel cell vehicle, which is going to use hydrogen, was not a big role in past. The reason was very simple. The technology were not mature, so there was no profit. But these days, it is changing, and major industry leaders in Europe, United States, Japan, and even China have a big focuses on hydrogen vehicle development. You can see recent changes in hydrogen vehicle development. In Hyundai side, we have a very strong technology development history starting from 20th centuries. And we had the first generation fuel cell vehicle in 2013, which was the world's first mass production hydrogen vehicle. And these days, we have second generation fuel cell vehicles, and also we have a commercial vehicle fleet, including fuel cell trucks and fuel cell buses. You can see some technical details below. I want to add some comment that we have a Nexo, which is already sold more than 15,000 vehicles. There is a fuel cell truck in the middle. We are running already 46 trucks in Switzerland, and we have planned to deploy 1,600 trucks by 2025. In public transportation, more than 100 buses already deployed in Korean domestic market, and we are looking for more in Europe and the other sectors. We have to look over the fuel cell vehicles and why we have a certain focus in hydrogen vehicles. In these days, with technology development, the TCOs and LCA need to be restudied for battery EV, industrial internal combustion, and fuel cell EV. Total cost ownership of study tells us that battery EV will dominate for small vehicles, but in near future, fuel cell also can meet the gap of differences. For commercial vehicles, even for heavy duty, and even today, fuel cell vehicle exceed the cost effectiveness of our battery EV for zero emission applications. So that's reason these days, commercial vehicle sector is really focused on the fuel cells. Even you have to be focused on the study on the life cycle assessment of the greenhouse gas emissions. Fuel cell hydrogen vehicle have a very big advantage over gasoline, diesel, or even battery EV. So in this situation, Hyundai have a bold plan to deploy our fuel cell technology over various areas, starting from passenger vehicles and commercial vehicles. But this is not the end. We're going to deploy our technology over stationary and mobile power sectors, and even in ship or vessels. The reason is very simple. We have strong technologies, and then we are going to deploy lots of systems over the various areas to get a maximum scalability and optimizations. To do that, currently we are really focused on the performance improvement, durability, improvement and also cost reduction. In this purpose, Hyundai has various international corporations. For example, you can see some examples. We have a big, strong cooperation with energy companies, electric companies, and also Hyundai already started building our own manufacturing factory abroad to meet future demand. In this slide, I'm going to talk about a little about the Hydrogen Council. This Hydrogen Council focuses on enlarging hydrogen society. There is a lot of companies, even with oil companies, not only transportation area. Various companies have a common sense in our energy. Future is going to be a hydrogen. For example, you can see there is one of a major oil company, Petronas from Malaysia. In conclusion, I'm going to tell you about the hydrogen vision in 2030 of Hyundai Motor Group. We have a big plan of investing more than $10 billion by 2030 to take a lead of upon hydrogen economy. So there is a plans to produce 700,000 future systems, and which is not going only for transportation, but for various applications. Now for the end, in this futuristic figure, you will see our transportation of future with the UAVs and fuel cell vessels, commercial vehicles with hydrogen. So I'm going to finalize my presentation with our CEO's word. As a first mover in the forthcoming hydrogen economy, we will lead a society that uses hydrogen as its main source of energy. Thank you very much.
Dato Aisha, you may start now.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to all the panelists for a very interesting session on hydrogen as a fuel for transport. And now we go into the live session on questions. The first question is, I would like to direct it to Dato Abdul Rashid of UMW. What is the safety aspects of the hydrogen FCEV of Toyota Mirai? Okay. As we know, hydrogen is highly explosive.
Okay. Thank you very much for the question, Dato Aisha. I think we need to actually understand the technicality, the facts, and probably the understanding of the myth to remove all this misunderstanding. Of course, number one, when we talk about hydrogen, people are talking about hydrogen bomb. That's what the first thing comes in their mind, right? So actually, as you know, the car industry are governed by a certain standard, UNECE WP29 safety protocol, there are hundreds of standards. And we are addressing this, in fact, even for ordinary electric car as well, for high voltage and high pressure. So those design has actually been built in to address all these concerns. So it is today is as safe as other cars. That's my answer.
Okay.
Can I say something? Yes, the hydrogen is safer than your LPG, your cooking gas in your kitchen. Okay, so the LPG, when it comes out, it's heavier than air because it cools down. So it will stick to the ground and it will meet an ignition source very quickly. But hydrogen stored at 720 bar in the Mirai will shoot out at high speed if there is a leak. If there is a leak, right? And if it catches fire, the flame is a jet flame. A jet flame means the flame doesn't touch the car. It's well above the car because the flame speed is less than the speed of the emitting jet of the hydrogen. So the flame couldn't reach the hole where the hydrogen comes out, right? So there is a video that shows this effect. Yeah, but if you have a petroleum leak, petroleum or a gasoline leak, right, from the car, it will stay on the ground and it will evaporate. The vapor is heavy, still stay on the ground. So it will catches fire within seconds and the whole car will be engulfed in a fire. So a petrol car or a gasoline car is at a higher risk of fire when there's a leak than a fuel cell electric vehicle using hydrogen. So that's my answer. You can find the video testing both gasoline leak and hydrogen leak and see the type of fire happening there.
Right. From the other two panelists, Mr. Kimura or Mr. Kong Wong Su, do you want to comment on this, on the safety aspect of the hydrogen cells?
Yeah, Dr. said, we are operating, more than 50 stations, also the 20 stations in the US, from now. And for the safety issue, we complied with the government regulations and a standard, very strict standard. And the hydrogen is a very, a safety, difficult to catch fire because the weight is so small, much smaller than the air. Therefore, it's very difficult to catch fire. So therefore, if the hydrogen station is covered by the roof or something like that, as the hydrogen stays inside, it might be, dangerous. Therefore, our station, so there's no roof at all. So that hydrogen, even though there's a slight leak of hydrogen, go into the air quickly, cannot catch fire. That's our standard. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. That's really, using hydrogen is really a very safe fuel. That's what our panelists are saying. So we should, in actual fact, look at buying hydrogen fuel cell vehicles in future. Now I want to move on to the next question. Okay, the next question is, we need to look at the hydrogen economy in a holistic view. Therefore, what are the best options for Malaysia moving forward? And Professor, maybe you could answer that question.
Yes, we had the first Malaysian roadmap on, together with solar energy, hydrogen and fuel cell in 2006. And we started implementing it in the 9th Malaysia plan, but at the beginning, which is more of R&D and education and awareness. But after RM9, the successive KSUs and Minister of Energy didn't bother to look at the roadmap. So it was neglected. In 2017, the Academy of Science commissioned a study, which I headed as the chairman. We updated the roadmap and moved most of the activities forward to begin at 2020. And we moved the and we have already implemented some of it. For example, safety technical codes for the telecom tower UPS and standalone power with solar energy. So the technical code for safety of hydrogen storage and utilization of fuel cell is being done. The storage is done. The fuel cell is undergoing drafting. We should complete it this year. This is together with the Malaysian Communication and Multimedia Commission, and DG, DG has with Technology Park Malaysia. You can see this there. So we have done that in the beginning. So you need technical standards, and then you need the public to buy in. So we have our Malaysian Association of Hydrogen Energy, and we conduct seminars and webinars for the public to access. And then in the roadmap, we started with that, and then we go for demo project. Demo project is to get policymakers and the public to be comfortable with hydrogen, because you see the first question was safety. Is it dangerous? So we need to demonstrate, and this has been done in Europe in 2005. They have this clean urban transport for Europe. CUTE. That was the first major demo project in 9 cities in Europe. And they have demonstrated the safety. So we want to get that kind of demonstration in Malaysia. There's one already in Sarawak. So that is the first part. And then the next part in 2005 onward is to have the fuel cell component manufacturing. If you want to have a sustainable hydrogen and fuel cell industry in Malaysia, you must have local participation in the manufacturing sector. In automobile, I think the OEMs are quite strong. If they want to produce it in Malaysia, Malaysian companies could become tier 1 suppliers, using licensed technology from, say, Toyota to produce the fuel cell component, or from Hyundai to produce the fuel cell component in Malaysia. So that that is the policy in Malaysia. If you want to set up something in Malaysia, new technology, you have to give some local component. And that's what we suggest, that together with the demo project in 2025, there should be companies in Malaysia starting to do because the technology is there. If you want to do small fuel cell for UPS and so on, you can get the design and the prototype from local universities like my institute. We have so many patented design that we could use for small fuel cell. That because telco is not their core business for fuel cell, so they don't have the same power as Hyundai or Toyota on the fuel cell itself. So you could, for example, produce that. And then later on, Petronas should come in and develop a green hydrogen, but at the same time, also develop the supply chain of hydrogen to Japan, because Japan needs a lot of hydrogen now, because they want to really go for hydrogen transportation. And you see Brunei has already started with Chiyoda, Shell, and I think J Power has already started from Australia, and Sumitomo is negotiating with Sarawak government for green hydrogen production and transportation to Japan. So Malaysia could be a major supplier of hydrogen, because we have a lot of gas. At the moment, we can produce blue hydrogen, but later on, beyond 2045, Japan needs green hydrogen. So at the same time, for example, Petronas is now developing their own electrolyzer technology. I have them to do it. That's why they pay me as UKM Petronas professor to produce an electrolyzer, right, which will be the technology of choice for green hydrogen. So by 2045, Petronas should be able to produce a lot of green hydrogen for Japan and for Korea as well. So at the moment, you should enter the market early, because even though it is blue hydrogen, because these countries accept blue hydrogen right now, but you must have development of technology in place to actually produce green hydrogen in the future. So that would be what I think would be. So later on, there will be more deployment of buses, fuel cell buses, and cars, as well as stationary power, small distributed stationary power. Thank you.
Probably I can add to that explanation because the question is about holistic. We need to look at upstream and downstream. Of course, we cannot do everything in hydrogen. So therefore, I think as a country, we need to choose where we can create our competitive position in this technology. And the government is actually promoting they call it triple helix, the government collaboration with universities. So these are the areas actually we can start. As mentioned by Prof. Datuk just now, in creating awareness, that's the first step. And we need to deploy more demonstrators activities. So like public transportation, so that people are aware. And then we can generate local activities from such demonstration. So for us to have a head start as compared to other ASEAN countries.
Microphone atau tak dengar? Ada.
Start.
Welcome back, everyone. We'll be continuing the Q&A session with the next question. Which one is better in terms of emission environment, hydrogen ICE or gasoline ICE? Since hydrogen ICE isn't net zero emission, zero carbon, but there's still no X emission.
Well, obviously it's hydrogen because hydrocarbon is made of carbon, the element of carbon. So the reaction will actually emit CO2. But for hydrogen, then there won't be any emission. So of course, we have to address other actually emission from the ice itself. For example, there will be some lubricant because you still need to have moving parts and components. But from the combustion itself, it's clean. That's my answer to hydrogen versus ICE engine, but using the same ICE technology, combustion.
Can I answer, please? You see, hydrogen, it's not advisable to use hydrogen on the normal ICE because hydrogen tends to form brittle crystal, on the surface of the cylinder as well as on the piston. So after a while, there will be brittle cracking of the engine. If you really want to use hydrogen in the ICE, you need to use something like a ceramic engine, not a steel engine like it is now. And the other thing is, we don't use hydrogen LCE in the hydrogen transition. Only countries like India wants to use hydrogen in ICE, because they don't want to come up with a new technology platform. They just use the old platform. And they have done this in the three-wheelers in Delhi. They already converted to hydrogen. But the problem of embrittlement of the steel would still be there. After a while, you might find that the compression drops, and then there's no more compression, so you can't get the efficiency will drop a lot. So it's not advisable to use ICE for hydrogen fuel, right? Better to convert 100% to fuel cell vehicle.
That's coming from
doesn't have any nitrogen combustion, so it solves the NOx. There's no NOx. If you use ICE, hydrogen ICE, you still have NOx, because the combustion will be at high temperature.
Yes, of
NOx
course.
will be.
As I said just now, the source fuel is hydrogen, so you can do using fuel cell. That is a conversion. But if you use hydrogen directly, there's no conversion. I can share with you my personal experience where they converted my car from petrol to natural gas. So there also, of course, number one, adaptation need to be done. Because of wear and tear, because the temperature, operating temperature will be higher. So those are normal. That's why, as I mentioned in my presentation, there are two big OEMs already embarking into this. Number one, Toyota themselves. So they demonstrated that recently in their Fuji race. And second, by JCB, the big names in industrial equipment. So there are some adaptation that required. So first challenge is the knocking, which also can be addressed. So there are research in this area to address shortfalls and different behavior of hydrogen as compared to natural gas and also gasoline. So there are initiatives in this. Of course, I think Prof. Dato is talking about fuel cell as a safe conversion, direct conversion, meaning that not to have any ice at all. So we can demonstrate actually in Malaysia for us to have both technology to be demonstrated in Malaysia. We can work on both.
I asked students to convert a motorcycle, use hydrogen in the 90s, right? It works, it worked quite well. But as you said, if you want to really make it efficient, you need to change the compression ratio. Yes. You need to adapt, and then so on the temperature and so on. So many things to be adapted, right? Okay, next question.
Because the question, Prof. Dato, is that whether it's cleaner or not. So the answer is that is hydrogen to be cleaner than gasoline, ice? And then the answer is yes, technically yes, because there's no element of carbon in the fuel itself.
Thank you, Dr. Abdul Rashid and Professor Wan Ramli for your input. So moving on to the next question. This is a question from the admin. We are interested in collaborate and commercialize the research and development from the local universities. How can we contact or which platform should we use since we are keen to explore the hydrogen business industries?
Well, okay. Maybe can I start?
Well, you can contact me. You can ask the secretariat about my Gmail. My email, and then you just write to me. There are already many local companies already working with us, and have already produced some products. So we are quite good at working with companies now. So we do have, So you just email me. It's just simply wramli@gmail.com. And then I can introduce you to Malaysian Association Hydrogen Energy. There will be more researchers there that you can contact. Malaysian Association of Hydrogen Energy. Yeah.
As I mentioned just now, I think we need to collaborate, university, industry, and also the government. Under UMW, we just established an R&D center called UIRDC, Innovation R&D Center. That's also under my purview. So you can also contact me, then we can discuss. And we need to understand also where you are in your development, TRL level, TRL 3, 4, 5, and 6, or whatever, so that we need to understand where you are and for us to make a proper evaluation before we move forward.
Okay, now I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
My
Loud and
apologies,
clear.
technical. Okay, the next question is what percentage is the cost of refrigeration of liquid H2 towards the total cost of hydrogen fuel at the fueling station? Maybe we would direct it to Mr. Hiroshi Kimura.
Yes.
Your microphone.
Yeah. Thanks so much for your question. The cost of refrigeration, the liquid hydrogen. Hydrogen has to be liquefied under 253 degrees C. So therefore, a lot of the electricity is needed, or using the LNG, the cold heat is necessary. So therefore, this is one of the key points. We have to reduce the cost, obviously. So therefore, so liquefied, but so at the same time, if we liquefied hydrogen, the volume of the hydrogen becomes 1/800th of gaseous hydrogen. So therefore, in vice versa, transportation cost is much lower than gaseous transportation. Especially we transport domestically, the number of container, the trucks, the trailers, if we deliver by liquefied hydrogen, just only 10 trailers, but if we deliver gaseous hydrogen, more than 100, the trailers needed, something like that. So therefore, it is the paid off the cost of the liquefaction and also the transportation cost. We prefer to use the liquefied hydrogen, for the total cost reduction. Thanks so much. Can I answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Can I add?
Yeah, please.
Okay, the cost of hydrogen from steam reforming of methane, which is the blue hydrogen, is $1 approximately per kilogram, $1 per kilogram. Now, if you compress it and store it, it will rise up to almost $2 per kilogram. And if you transport it by liquid hydrogen, it will double the cost. It will go up to between $3 to $4 per kilogram. So that's the present cost for blue hydrogen, yeah, because it's so cheap at steam reforming of methane, but the compression and the liquefaction and the transportation will double up the price. So that is the answer. But you could improve by choosing the right technology. I mean, improving the cooling technology to use less energy, and also the transportation. I mean, the tanker. The problem is you need a special tanker to actually keep the temperature minus 253 degrees at atmospheric pressure. Unless you increase the pressure slightly, you might get you can store liquid at higher temperature. Probably it won't. So the problem is now, if you do liquid, then you need to build special tankers, ships to do it. Whereas if you look at Chiyoda and Sumitomo, they want to use MCH, yeah, methyl cyclohexane or ammonia for transport. That means they could hydrogenate toluene, become methyl cyclohexane, and then transport that liquid using normal tanker. No need for refrigeration, just ordinary liquid. Go to Kobe, and then dehydrogenate MCH, return with toluene. That's what they are doing in Brunei. Okay. Or you could do the same with ammonia. If you ask air product prefer to transport ammonia rather than liquid hydrogen, because it's easier, because they don't need to come up with special refrigerated tanker. Yeah, they can just use normal ammonia tanker, right? So there's so many ways of transporting. So each would give you some cost. I think liquefaction cost is quite high, but hydrogenation cost and dehydrogenation would be quite low cost. That's what Chiyoda is doing. So you have a variety of ways of transportation, and that would give you different costs to the hydrogen, added cost to the hydrogen. And if you produce from green hydrogen, green hydrogen, that means you use electricity from renewable energy like hydropower or wind or solar, right? So cost of the solar energy is still quite high, although it's dropping. When we have large scale solar, the cost of solar will drop. And if you could produce hydrogen from solar, when it is cheaper, I think it's getting cheaper, you could match the price of hydrogen produced by steam reforming of methane. So the reference is $1 per kilogram. That's what steam reforming of methane will give you. So at the moment, I think green hydrogen would cost you between $15 to $20 per kilogram, right? So that is quite a heavy price. So by 2045, Japan wants completely green hydrogen. So companies are now racing to produce hydrogen and to lower costs in renewable energy so that they could meet Japan's specification for green hydrogen in 2045. I think other countries also will be using green hydrogen by then. So green hydrogen at the moment is quite costly, $15 to $20 per kilogram. You need to reduce that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Dato. I think we go to the last question. What are the biggest challenges in promoting hydrogen vehicles in Malaysia, and in what ways do private companies like UMW, Iwatani, Hyundai need Malaysia government support? Specifically, I think, why don't I direct that question to Dato' Abdul Rashid first? We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Okay. First thing, I think Dato' in the audience, that number one, we need to start creating the awareness. People, number one, not aware of the technology, or they have probably negative perception about technology, about safety and so on. I think that's the first step. And Malaysia as a country, we have the opportunity to be the early adopters of this technology in Malaysia. So we have experts like Prof. Dato and UKM and other people that already have good understanding of this. So I think we need to roll out the public awareness by having demonstrator activities. As mentioned just now, maybe hydrogen bus, which already started in Sarawak. So we should have it in Putrajaya or even some selected cities to create that awareness. And while we are doing that, we can develop the local talent and capabilities. So that's where I think the collaboration between universities and industry is very important, of course, with the government support. So like other industry being promoted by the government, so government will come up, the request from us industry players, that will come up with certain customized incentive to promote this industry. Because the car itself now is very expensive. We don't have the economies of scale. As mentioned just now, to date only 30,000, even Toyota Mera only sold 10,000 units. So we have not reached that economies of scale level yet. So it's still at actually infant stage, but we need to take this opportunity as the first country in ASEAN to roll this out, because we know that hydrogen is going to be future energy, purely clean energy for the future. So let's start this. Well, this session, this iGEM agenda today, also we're talking about hydrogen as an economy that we can roll out, and we need the more people participating, this is better, the more the merrier. So we're not limiting to anybody, and I think that is the first right step to do, to create the awareness and to have demonstration vehicle or other technologies to be practiced in Malaysia, to be adopted in Malaysia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dato' Abdul Rashid. Any comments from the rest before we end the session?
Can I say something?
Sure.
Yes. In my talk, I gave the possibility of Malaysian companies participating in the fuel cell development, which is important. Apart from the demonstration project, which could use technology that is already developed by, for example, Hyundai or Toyota, and also to demonstrate the supply chain. It's very important. You see, supply chain of the fuel cell cars, as well as supply chain of the hydrogen. And as we have said just now, I actually had already had a group, but hasn't moved on the hydrogen demo project, because they're still waiting for MGTC, which is supposed to be the focal point for climate change activities, to have a decision. And the problem with Malaysia now, we have so many ministries that are responsible for certain parts of the hydrogen economy. Yeah, for example, for transportation, we have MOT. For industry, fuel cell component manufacturing, you have to go to MITI or MIDA, and then you have the Science Ministry for the R&D, and so on. So there is a problem of coordination between the ministries as well, because each ministry have their own priorities. For example, MOT is now prioritizing electric vehicle. So they have been doing this for so long, they refuse to work on hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicle in the last 10 years. But because there is no coordination with other ministries, the projected electric vehicle deployment is not coming. You can see Mari, for example. So they have not come up with a proper roadmap. That is why we need a roadmap, even for EV and then for hydrogen vehicle. If you don't have a roadmap, everybody does their own thing, it won't move, you see. The only thing that moves is the R&D. Malaysian government in MOSTI and in MOHE, the Ministry of Higher Education, has been giving funding for hydrogen and fuel cell research R&D up to 50, 60 million ringgit already, right? But ministries that are supposed to deploy this technology, like MOT and MITI, MIDA, and so on, are dragging their feet. See, when I go and see them, they say, no, we don't want hydrogen. We don't do hydrogen, period. So this comes down to the awareness of a government on how to implement new technology, new type of economy like hydrogen economy. I think the Japanese and the Koreans have done, I mean the Chinese as well, has done quite a good job. Yeah, although there will be some problem, but they have reached a point where everyone is in the same boat, right? And we're all talking about hydrogen economy. So nobody is left behind. All the ministries are working together. But in Malaysia, the coordination is not there. And I hope MGTC should be the focal point. But the problem is when you are an agency of one ministry, you cannot talk to the other ministries. This is another problem with government, how government works. So we need to break barriers and then to come up with a one-stop sort of secretariat to spearhead the hydrogen economy.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Dato. If there's no other comments, I would like to end this session.
Can I say?
Yeah, please.
So Malaysia is the, I believe Malaysia has the tremendous potential to create the value chain of the hydrogen supply, because the Malaysia has the renewable resources as well as the human resources, so nice people, and also the leadership of government. So therefore, yeah, we look forward to the build one station from Iwatani in the future. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a final comment regarding the Malaysian government support. Of course, I've already heard about all the finance support for R&D and also subsidies for vehicles. But I think we must first focus on the code and standard and certification process. This is what really government start. And I think here you are already seeing all the leading industry partners. So with these leading industry partners, the Malaysian government can organize and working on standardization and registry work on hydrogen economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kwong. Basically, I would like to end this session. In actual fact, we have overrun by more than 1 hour, which shows that it is a very interesting session, and the panelists are all very knowledgeable in terms of hydrogen fuel cells. And our topic has also created a lot of interest. And with that, I will hand over to our MC for today, Mr. Benjamin. Benjamin, are you there?
Thank you, Dr. Aisha, for the great moderation of the session. It is not easy to manage such esteemed speakers and panelists, as they are the key figures from esteemed research institution and key multinational corporation. Thank you to all speakers for their great presentation and very engaging discussion. I think it's very important for us to actually be aware regarding the safeness of using hydrogen rather than the fuel commonly used today. I thank you again, Dr. Abdul Rashid, Professor Warren Ramlee, Mr. Hiroshi, and Dr. Kyung Won So. We are coming to an end for the 5th roundtable dialogue session of the event. And please note that this is not the last session for day 3, as we will be having another roundtable dialogue session entitled Demonstration of Hydrogen Value Chains Development, where we will be having speakers and panelists sharing their experience on developing hydrogen value chains economy from across the globe. Now, we will be having a long break, and the next session will be starts at about 3:30 p.m. Malaysia time, GMT+8. Everyone stay safe, take care, and thank you again for joining us.
Keep controlling
Greetings,
the
Your
presentation.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Now we are ready for the next agenda of the day, which is the Roundtable Dialogue Session 6. This session is aimed as a platform for knowledge and experience sharing by the respective speakers and panelists. The session will start with a series of presentations by the speakers, followed by a live Q&A session moderated by our moderator, Yang Berbahagia Professor Dato' Insignio Dr. Abu Bakar Jafar. Let me introduce a little bit about Professor Dr. Abu Jafar. Professor Dr. Insignio Dr. A. Bakar Jafar is a Fellow of IEM and a Fellow of the Academy of Sciences. He has served the government of Malaysia in various capacities since 1973. His career included stints as factories and machinery inspectors since 1973 to 1974, staff engineer of the US EPA Office of Research and Development at the Industrial Environment Research and Development Laboratory since 1975 to 1976. Principal Assistant Director, Water Quality of the Environment Division of Ministry of Science, Technology and Environment since 1976 to 1980. Research at Environment and Policy Institute, East West Center, Honolulu, Hawaii, USA from 1980 to 1983. Principal Assistant Director, Science, Technology and Environment at EPU from 1984 to 1985, and then rising up as the Director General of the Department of Environment Malaysia, DOE from 1990 to 1995. After his optional retirement, he continued to serve the government of Malaysia as the elected member of UNCLOS Commission on the Limits of the Continental Shelf for 3 consecutive terms from 1997 to 2002, from 2002 to 2007, and 2007 to 2012 at the UN headquarters, New York. So without further ado, I will now pass my microphone to the moderator for the session. Please welcome Professor Abu Bakar.
Thank you very much, Abraham, for your kind words and kind introduction. I'm Abu Bakar Jafar, so I have the honor and pleasure to be your moderator for this session 6 relating to International Hydrogen Economy Forum and Strategic Lab with a theme, Visioning a Hydrogen Economy for Malaysia. We are fortunate and have the honor to host 4 distinguished speakers this afternoon. So the first speaker, none other than Mr. Osamu Ikeda. He's a Deputy General Manager, Hydrogen Business Development of Chiyoda Corporation of Japan. And Mr. Osamu has 25 years of experience in energy industry as engineer, consultant, business development, and recent 10 years, he has been focusing on hydrogen technology and business development. And Mr. Osamu has planned and developed world first global hydrogen supply chain demonstration project between Brunei Darussalam and Japan in 2020. And now he's in charge of hydrogen business development since 2019 towards commercialization, what we call it SPERA, S-P-E-R-A, hydrogen technology. So Mr. Osamu is going to talk about world's first global hydrogen supply chain project by SPERA. Mr. Osamu, you have the floor now.
Okay, thank you, Dato. Thank you very much for great opportunity to share our project today. So I will share my screen first. Okay, screen has been already properly shared.
Yes, yeah, we see it. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So today I will present the 3 agenda. One is quickly we will explain about who we are, and second is today's main topic about our global hydrogen supply chain project, and finally I will quickly touch upon the further commercializations. So first, we Chiyoda Corporation is the engineering companies, the integrated engineering solution providers. So we have over the 7 years of the experience in engineering and constructions. So this slide shows our growth strategy and mid and long term. And the right and the top side show our existing portfolio. Now we are strongly focused on the engineering program constructions for the energy as well as the gas and petroleum and chemicals industries. So this is our major focus. But now we are trying to expand our business portfolio to the more technology and services, and also the environment. So the hydrogen is belong to these sections, and this is quite new, but this is a very important business for the mid and long terms. So next I show our focus technology under the energy transformation. So we there's a main three focus. One is the hydrogen, one is the CCU. CCU is the carbon capture and utilization, and last one is new utilities. So those are well connected and the very important and key technology under the energy transformation. But we are now more focused on the hydrogen at this moment. So from this section, so we will explain about our hydrogen project. But first, we will explain about the overview of our technologies. So this diagram shows the left-hand side is the hydrogen production, and right-hand side is the hydrogen demand. So the hydrogen can be produced from the renewable electricity through the water electrolyzer, or come from the fossil fuel through the reforming and gasification with CCU and CCS. So once we produce hydrogen gas, we convert by using toluene as a hydrogen carrier. Then hydrogen gas and toluene will be reacting and converting MCH. And then we transport this liquid to the demand side, and then we remove hydrogen gas from MCH liquid through the dehydration process, and this hydrogen gas delivered to the energy and industry sector, and also the distributed demand. And once we extract the hydrogen gas, so remaining toluene liquid will be back to the hydrogen production site, and again hydrogen gas attached and converted to MCH liquid, and then back to the demand side. So toluene working as a hydrogen carrier, so the hydrogen gas attached, hydrogen gas detached. So toluene is recycling and recycling around this system. So this is the mechanism to transport hydrogen overseas. And almost all the technology has been already matured and proven, but only one, and also the technology breakthrough is the catalyst, special catalyst for the dehydration process. This is the key technologies in this technologies. So this slide shows the key feature of these technologies. One is this liquid is chemically stable and very little minor losses. So that means suitable for the long-term storage and also the long-distance transportations. And also this liquid under the ambient temperature and pressure, so always stay as a liquid phase. And also we are able to use the existing infrastructure such as tanks and tankers, lorry, and pipeline, etc. And also we are able to utilize standards and regulations to minimize social investment for the hydrogen introduction, because those liquid characteristics very similar to the petroleum products. So, and also we are able to safely manage to storage and the transportation by using this liquid. So because this is the equivalent level of the petroleum product. And last one is the we are able to using conventional technologies, and only new is the catalyst technologies. So this technology is not new. So there is a history. So this slide shows the project that try to transport overseas from Canada, Quebec by using hydropower to the Europe, Germany by using each hydrogen carriers. So the project name is Euro-Quebec Hydrogen Pilot Project, was being started in 1989. So the in this project, so MCH, we named the spare hydrogen. It also be studied in addition to the liquid hydrogen and also the ammonia. However, technology of dehydrogen catalyst has not been matured yet and being stopped its development. So this is the history of MCH in early stage. After this project, after 10 years plus, so our technology center, R&D center, has been started to develop and also make challenge to develop this special catalyst. So this slide shows the history of our R&D centers. So Uichiro Corporation is founded in 1948, but our founder, Mr. Tamaki, has decided to develop our own R&D center in 1954. So over the 60 years, so we continue to develop the special catalysts for the environment and the petrol and petrochemical industries. So based on this history, so we are starting the technology development for the catalyst for dehydrogen. So our researcher trying to have the many try and errors, and finally succeeded its catalyst in 2008 at the laboratory scale. So this graph shows the test result to continuously operate to over the 12,000 hours continuously to extract hydrogen gas from MCH liquid. So based on this success, we move to the next phase, phase 2, pilot test. So we construct the dehydrogen process. This is the left-hand side, color in green. And we also construct the hydrogen process, right-hand color in yellow. So in this pilot project, so we extract hydrogen from MCH liquid, and then this hydrogen gas is back to MCH by reacting with toluene. And then this MCH storage tanks and back to the dehydration, and then extract hydrogen gas, and hydrogen gas attached toluene again. So we continue this operation around the 10,000 hours from April 2013 and to the November 2014. So this result also be successful and a good result. And then based on this success, we move to the next phase, phase 3. So in this phase, so we physically transport hydrogen overseas from Brunei Darussalam to Japan around the 5,000 kilometers overseas. So we are forming the new entities to operate and manage this project. Name is AHEAD. So this AHEAD is the strong support from the Japanese government, NEDO, and we physically transport hydrogen in 2020, last year. So I have short video to introduce this project. So please look at this at the next page.
We are committed to delivering hydrogen energy to the world to contribute to the prevention of global warming and CO2 emission reduction. Speda Hydrogen has been developed with such ambitions. With the reaction of toluene, Speda Hydrogen can liquefy hydrogen at ambient temperature and pressure, enabling a large-scale and safe storage, transportation of hydrogen. The world's first global hydrogen supply chain, connecting Brunei Darussalam and Japan, has been realized this year, 2020. Construction of the hydrogenation plant in Brunei Darussalam started in April 2018, and the plant became operational in 2020. First, hydrogen is produced from natural gas processed at the Brunei LNG plant, and then converted to MCH, a liquid form called Speda Hydrogen. Speda Hydrogen is transported and shipped under ambient conditions by existing ISO containers. Using a commercial containers vessel, it's sent to the dehydrogenation plant in TOA Oil's Keihin refinery, located in the Kawasaki coastal area in Japan. This project shows the reality of global hydrogen supply chain, physically demonstrating the whole process, from production and overseas transportation to the utilization of hydrogen. Based on its success, the next challenge will be to develop a commercial business that will bring hydrogen into demand and to connect global sustainable energy resources via Speda Hydrogen supply chain network. Our efforts will continue to bring us closer to achieve a carbon-free, hydrogen-based society.
Spare hydrogen for the future.
So this is a short video to introduce our project. And the next slide show the photo screenshot of the each project, each processes. So the upside is the Brunei and the hydrogen production site, and the bottom side is the hydrogen demand. So the whole supply chain operation has been started April last year, and we continue to operate this supply chain until the end of December last year. So on the 6 months, so we continue transport hydrogen, and the total volume of hydrogen has been transported around 100 tons. So this kind of volume has been transported by using typical ISM tank containers. And this hydrogen is utilized for the power generations. So hydrogen mix power generations. So under this project, so we demonstrate from the hydrogen production and transportation and utilizations. So the based on this success, now we are trying to move to the commercializations. So the at the commercial scale, we are able to utilize the existing chemical tankers to massive transportations, ISO tank containers. So next slide show the use case to utilize our spare hydrogen technologies. So there's three major use cases. So one is the global supply chain project and business. So the like a Brunei to Japan project. So we now all the hydrogen market is quite rapidly moving, and the hydrogen demand like Japan and Korea and also other regions also the need to import hydrogen. So the spare hydrogen and MCH technology, it can be supported to establish such a global hydrogen supply chain network by using existing infrastructures. So this is one of the key advantages to utilize these technologies. And the second business use case is the hydrogen port and delivery hub. So once we receive the import hydrogen as form of MCH or locally produced hydrogen and converting MCH, and then we are able to store storage on the tanks, especially in the port. Port will play an important role as the import and also the distribution hydrogen in the region, in the surrounding regions. So by using a lorry or a train or domestic ships, or once converting gas, so through the pipeline, we are able to deliver hydrogen for the users. So those infrastructure shall be selected depending on the market and also the region's status of the regions. And third use case is the large-scale storage hub. So once we introduce massive renewable electricities, so storage function is play a key role and a more important role. So of course, the battery is one of the important technologies, and also the pumped hydro, and also the large-scale storage hub by using MCH spare hydrogen. This is also the another options. So spare hydrogen is suitable for large-scale and also long-term storage, because this registers the liquid phase, and also we are able to use existing oil tanks. So we storage some massive volume, and then once we need it, we back to the hydrogen or back to the electricity. So this is also another use case to utilize these technologies. So this is the last slide, the 12th sustainable future of the Malaysia. So we believe that the hydrogen will play an important role for the decarbonization in Malaysia domestically, together with renewables. And also Malaysia will be a strategic position for blue and green hydrogen export to the demand country in Asian regions. So this is our views. So terima kasih and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Osamu. Now I realize you are the man behind the Brunei and Japan supply chain of blue or hydrogen, and very happy to know you.
And I've been wondering who's the man behind the world's first supply chain of hydrogen, and the world first. So I'm very proud of you and good to know you. And I think you've been working on this for so many years, as I realized it, even from the 50s. So it's a very long haul, but I think you have achieved what you have planned for. So we're looking forward to our question and answer session after all the 4 speakers have spoken. Now, looking forward to catch up with you later. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Mr. Samu and Chioda too. Yeah. And our next speaker, can we see the slide, the introduction of the second speaker? Okay. Okay, the second speaker is, I'm happy to introduce Mr. Andrew Dixon. He's a Manager of Development, Asian Renewable Energy Hub of CWP. And Mr. Andrew Dixon is, and as we know, the Asian Renewable Energy Hub is a large export-oriented green hydrogen and ammonia project in Western Australia. And he has been a renewable energy project developer since 2004 and has developed wind and solar PV, solar thermal, microgrids, hydrogen and ammonia projects in most Australian states. And he has a Bachelor of Electrical and Electronic Engineering degree from the University of New South Wales and a Master of Science and Technology Commercialization degree from the University of Adelaide. And Mr. Dixon is going to talk about the Australia Green Hydrogen projects. Welcome, Mr. Dixon. Now you have the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrew Dixon. I'm located in Adelaide in South Australia. I work for a company called CWP Renewables, and I'm going to be talking to you today about projects called Power to X projects. So, yeah, and I'm going to talk particularly about the Asian Renewable Energy Hub project in Northwestern Australia, and then other projects that have succeeded that. So on the left-hand side, we can see a vast desert site in the northwest of Australia in the region called the Pilbara. And this is where we're developing a very large clean energy project called the Asian Renewable Energy Hub. It's a type of project called Power to X, which essentially means renewable energy converted into other products, particularly molecules such as hydrogen and derivatives that can be used in many different markets, which I'll talk about shortly. So this schematic shows what we're doing in the Asian Renewable Energy Hub project. And essentially we're converting wind and sunshine into electrons and then molecules. So on the left-hand side, we can see renewable energy, so wind and solar at scale, feeding power with overhead power lines to a centralized downstream area that converts electrons to molecules. So the first step in that process is desalination, converting seawater into fresh water, then electrolyzing the fresh water, which means running electrical current through the water and separating the hydrogen from the water, or separating hydrogen and oxygen. Then in the top middle, air separation, which essentially means distilling nitrogen from the air. About 78% of the air we breathe is nitrogen, so we distill that. And then we combine hydrogen and nitrogen to form ammonia, NH3, using the Haber-Bosch process. The ammonia gas is then stored in liquid form in large tanks on shore, and then it is loaded onto ships to take to markets globally. So many of you may have heard, or obviously there's lots of buzz around hydrogen, but in my view, a big part of the hydrogen future is an ammonia future. Partly because ammonia is so much easier to store and transport at scale than hydrogen. Hydrogen is a very common element. It's about, it's over 80% of the total matter in the universe. but on the Earth, it doesn't exist in its own elemental form. It generally is very reactive, and it reacts with other compounds or elements to form water or hydrogen sulfide or whatever. And to store hydrogen as a liquid, it needs to be minus 253 degrees Celsius, which is very, very hard to do and very energy intensive. For comparison, LNG is liquid methane. That needs to be minus 160 degrees, which is a lot warmer than minus 253. And then ammonia only needs to be minus 33. So it's actually relatively straightforward. This schematic shows the Asian Renewable Energy Hub in more detail. You can see a map of Australia towards the right-hand side at the top, and you can see where our project's located between Broome and Port Hedland. And our site in the middle it's a very large site. It's over 6,500 square kilometres in area, about 80 kilometres by 80 kilometres. And within this site, there are long diagonal rows, which are actually rows of wind turbines. If you zoom in to these lines, you'll see there are a series of dots. Each of those dots is a large wind turbine, sort of 9 to 11 megawatts typically, which essentially is offshore wind farm scale, but installed onshore. The rows are spaced around 4 to 5 kilometres apart. And then you can see yellow rectangles between those rows, which correspond to solar PV arrays. And then the wind and solar generation feeds its power to this light blue area towards the top left. And that's where we convert the electrons to molecules. And then one concept for the project is to send the liquid ammonia in buried pipelines offshore to loading towers or buoys, to then load onto ships to take to markets worldwide. So we've been developing this project now for about 6 years. And in 2019, we had a very deep dive with ThyssenKrupp, trying to understand how to lay the site out, what scale to have the different technologies, just how to sequence it, how to phase it, and so on. Every site will be different. But in our site, the optimum outcome consists of 16 gigawatts of wind generation with 10 gigawatts of solar generation. And together they'll generate about 98 terawatt hours of generation per year. That will then power up to 14 gigawatts of electrolyzers, which will have a very high utilization factor because it's windy at night and sunny during the day. And that's really important for optimum economics from the project. All of that energy going into electrolyzers will produce about 1.75 million tonnes of green hydrogen per year. And then if all of that is converted to ammonia, that's almost 10 million tonnes per year of green ammonia. So the Asian Renewable Energy Hub, you can see again here on the top left in Australia. That's a 26 gigawatt project under development for 6 years. That's really our flagship project. But we really foresee a future where the world needs lots of energy as molecules for various different markets that I'll talk about shortly. So our second project in Australia is called the Western Green Energy Hub. This was announced several weeks ago. It's a similar concept to AREH, but scaled even larger. So this project at scale could grow up to around 50 gigawatts. And then beyond Australia, we are developing other projects closer to different markets. So yes, the two Australian projects are really focused on markets within Asia. But then obviously there are fast-growing markets in Europe as well. So we have projects announced in both Morocco and Mauritania. The Mauritania project's a 30 gigawatt project. Morocco is a little bit smaller. We have other projects under development in Africa as well that aren't yet announced. And also we are developing projects in South America, and we should be able to announce those shortly. But essentially, a series of very large projects in different parts of the world, servicing different markets with clean energy in molecular form. So I've alluded to different markets, and these are some of the key ones that we foresee. Firstly, in power generation. So I should say from the outset that decarbonising, the very first step in decarbonising is to electrify everything possible and to power it with renewables. So local offshore and onshore wind and solar is the very first thing that countries should do if they can. Not everyone can do that though. So in Japan, for example, where they import around 90% of their energy, currently a lot of the generation is coal and gas, obviously, which is very emissions intensive. So Japan has been pioneering the use of ammonia to co-fire in thermal power generation, particularly coal-fired power stations initially. And the very first large-scale installation is happening this year at the Hekinan power station, 20% co-firing in a 1 gigawatt boiler. And that will run for 3 years. If that's successful, then that approach will be rolled out to other boilers and power stations in Japan, and then it could easily be replicated in other countries with large coal fleets. So it really provides a very scalable way of achieving decarbonisation outcomes by blending in a clean fuel, which essentially is bottled wind and sunshine. A little bit further down the path, but not that far away, are ammonia gas turbines. So essentially, instead of combusting in a boiler and then driving a steam turbine, ammonia could fuel gas turbines directly. And essentially, the way they would work is using the waste heat from the turbine to thermally crack ammonia at the input side of the turbine into hydrogen and nitrogen. An even bigger potential market is shipping fuels. So, I mean, shipping is a very carbon-intensive industry. I think if the shipping sector was a country, I think it would be the world's 6th biggest emitter. Heavy fuel oil is very cheap and easy to handle, but it's very emissions intensive. So there's a big push now for a transition in the shipping sector to adopt clean fuels, and green ammonia is a leading contender. And the engines that will combust ammonia are under development right now and should be available in the next couple of years. And all the safety regulations and so on that will enable the use and handling and combustion of ammonia are currently being developed as well. So yeah, power generation and shipping both can use ammonia as ammonia. But then if one is to crack ammonia back into hydrogen, there are even more markets available, such as fuel cell vehicles and green steel and other industrial applications, and oil refining, semiconductor manufacture, and so on. So yeah, hydrogen and the derivative ammonia are useful in many different sectors. So obviously there are different ways of producing hydrogen and ammonia. Currently, around 180 million tonnes of ammonia are produced every year, almost all of it from fossil fuels. About 70 million tonnes of hydrogen is produced globally per year, again, almost all from fossil fuels. However, now the rapid decline in renewable energy cost makes possible what we call green hydrogen and ammonia, again, using electrolysis of water to produce the hydrogen. So in our view, green hydrogen and ammonia projects have many benefits. For example, they're located in different countries around the world, as I showed you earlier. And so those projects can supply green hydrogen and ammonia to different regional markets. And the projects can be developed in phases to start small and grow big as the market grows and emerges. The right sites with the best combination of wind and solar resources, again, windy at night, sunny during the day, will have the best economics, so the highest utilization factor on the electrolyzers. And of course, economies of scale will drive down the costs of wind and solar and electrolyzers and the whole supply chain. A key difference between green and brown and blue is the forward pricing. So whereas fossil-based projects are usually indexed to other commodities, the price of other commodities such as oil or coal or gas, there's zero fuel cost in renewables. So projects like ours can offer long-term fixed price pricing, and that obviously gives confidence to emerging sectors that are embracing this new form of energy. And of course, last but not least, green projects and green products have zero carbon and climate change regulatory risk, whether that's in the form of carbon pricing or carbon border adjustments, which are being contemplated now in Europe and North America. Obviously, that's a big risk going forwards for fossil-based projects, but obviously it's not a risk at all for green-based projects. Obviously, it's important to consider the different carbon emission intensity of different fuels, because at the end of the day, the whole point of doing this is decarbonisation. So in this graph from the Australian National University, on the left-hand side, we can see the carbon emissions from black coal. And then we can see the carbon emissions of hydrogen produced from black coal, which are even higher than just burning black coal. And then the emissions with 90% carbon capture and storage. So all of those options are very carbon intensive. Similarly with brown coal, hydrogen from brown coal is more carbon intensive than just the brown coal. And with CCS, it's still, it is nowhere near being what we call clean. With gas, with steam methane reforming, again, the hydrogen is still very carbon intensive, and it's only really with very high levels of carbon capture and storage where this form of fossil-based hydrogen could be considered clean. But of course, all of these are in stark contrast with hydrogen, green hydrogen from renewable electrolysis. So again, there's a real spectrum of carbon intensity, and we really need certification so we can compare apples and oranges and understand exactly what we're buying. So yeah, we're confident that in time, green will win this race. It's a question of timing, and frankly, the world needs to decarbonize with much faster and much more broadly, and projects like ours are a key way of doing that. So thank you very much for listening, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andrew Dixon, for your excellent presentation. Please stay around. We'll come back to you during our question and answer session. Now I have the honor and pleasure to introduce Mr. Pavel Serimak. He's a project manager of Hydrogen Sweden. Mr. Serimak has over 20 years of experience from industry, in particular from global automotive sector, where he has worked in various line managers, product manager, and project leader roles, with responsibility for large industrial projects, as well as for business development and for product and business strategy. He has pioneered implementation of electric cars in Volvo, and he has worked with renewable energy production. Since 2020, Mr. Serimak has worked in Hydrogen Sweden as project manager for the Nordic Hydrogen Corridor project. And he's going to speak on the subject of Nordic Hydrogen Corridor. Now I have the honor, pleasure to invite Mr. Pavel Serimak to begin his presentation. Mr. Serimak, now please continue. Now you have the floor.
Yes, hello everyone. I'm very happy to be invited to your great event and to present some information from far west, or actually northwest, northern part of Europe, specifically talking about Nordic Hydrogen Corridor, one of the major infrastructure pilot projects currently ongoing in Sweden. My name is Pavel Serimak, and I'm a project leader for that specific project, working for Hydrogen Sweden, which is a non-governmental organization working with establishing the hydrogen market and hydrogen business in Sweden. The way we consider opportunity with hydrogen is very holistic. based on the property of hydrogen being a great energy carrier and fuel and energy storage opportunity. We see huge future opportunities in different sectors, and also creating connections between the sectors where hydrogen could be used as the new energy source. Specifically that project that I'm going to talk about is about transport. So I will kind of narrow the scope for that specific presentation in the following slides. So going to that, a lot of things are happening currently in Europe when it comes to growth of hydrogen market. Very recently, only last week, the European Commission has decided upon the new legislative package called Fit for 55, with an ambition of reducing the greenhouse gases in Europe by 55% until 2030 compared to 1990 levels. This is a very important statement and commitment from the European Community, European Commission, and includes a number of different documents and rule setting guidelines. One of those being Alternative Fuel Infrastructure Directive, the directive that has been talked about quite a lot in past few years, now becoming more of reality and being expected to be fully decided this year. This specific directive dictates the conditions or the prerequisites for expansion of alternative fuel stations established in Europe, both when it comes to battery vehicle chargers and also hydrogen-based infrastructure for fuel cell vehicles. Now, in specific terms, this directive sets a condition of building a hydrogen refueling station each 150 kilometers of the roads along the Trans-European transport network, major highways connecting all the countries in the European community. This goal is very specific and extremely ambitious. By 2030, it should lead to a very good density of hydrogen refueling stations in Europe. But as the reality is, we currently only having approximately 200 of those stations commercially operational in Europe, and the target set for 2030 is equivalent to establishing somewhere between 3,700 and up to 7,500 hydrogen refueling stations. So the ambition is set very, very high. From a global perspective, obviously, we're very closely watching what's happening in Japan, having an experience of well-developed market when it comes to the use of hydrogen in transports. We are also using Hydrogen Council information as the reference. Hydrogen Council being by now more than 120 global companies that have agreed to collaborate jointly towards the goals of establishing hydrogen in the future. And most specifically, targets when it comes to transport sector are by 2030, one of the 12 vehicles in Germany, Japan, South Korea, and California is expected to run on hydrogen. And what it would mean is that somewhere between 10 and 15 million cars and roughly 500,000 trucks would run on hydrogen by then. And parallel to that, also the plan is setting the scene for commercialization of hydrogen in rail transportations and shipping. So that would be additional usage source for hydrogen in the future, in the expected future. Looking a little bit further ahead, by 2050, roughly the scenario assumes more or less 1/4 of the market being of the transport market being run on hydrogen by 2050. That is when it comes to road transport, then specifically for rail, there is also quite substantial part that is expected to switch to hydrogen by then. Now, going back to the Swedish perspective of all that, the Nordic Hydrogen Corridor is currently the largest ongoing pilot for creating hydrogen infrastructure in transports for Sweden. And more specifically, we have threefold targets in that project. One is to establish one specifically dedicated production unit, the electrolyzer for green hydrogen, solely run on green energy mix. In Sweden, we have quite advantageous situation, having very good clean energy mix due to high percentage of water power, wind power, and some share of nuclear. Parallel to one production site, we are planning to establish 8 new hydrogen refilling stations, those to be placed along the roads, main roads connecting the 3 capital cities in Scandinavia, so Stockholm in Sweden, Oslo in Norway, and Copenhagen in Denmark. This will create a corridor on roughly 1/3 of Swedish area of Sweden. However, it has to be kept in mind that due to our very, very unique geographical conditions, roughly 85% of Sweden's population is actually living in the most southern part, approximately 1/3 of Sweden. So that means this corridor will be very useful for them in a very large part of Sweden's population. And on top of that, the project is also planning to deploy a fleet of 100 fuel cell vehicles, thereby creating a full value chain of hydrogen from production down to consumption in transportation. Just to put that in perspective, in where Sweden is today, we have in the country now 4 operating refueling stations. So adding additional 8 on top of that obviously will be quite dramatic expansion, even though it's only a first step. So this will help to establish the market in the next phase. The project Nordic Hydrogen Corridor is run by a consortium of 5 partners. Apart from ourselves, Hydrogen Sweden being a coordinator, we have 4 strong industry players in the hydrogen market. Statkraft, who is the green energy producer, and specifically in the project, they are responsible for setting up the production site for green hydrogen. We have Everfuel Europe, who are specialized in refueling stations, both establishment and also operations. So their part in the project obviously is to set up the refueling stations and to offer operations and maintenance of them. And then we have Toyota and Hyundai, obviously those representing the consumer end of the value chain, supplying great vehicles that they have, Toyota Mirai and Hyundai Nexo, for the project. The end date currently is set end of 2022. Looking from content perspective on the project, the strength that we believe we have is a setup in the project where we are cooperating with all the players in the entire value chain for transports. So from production of green hydrogen to distribution, retailing, and down to vehicles and usage. This is creating an opportunity of tuning and learning how to set this value chain up in the most efficient way, looking forward to future expansion. And the project is co-financed by a European Community program called Connecting Europe Facilities, which is a portfolio of different projects within the hydrogen establishment in Europe. Now I want to share some observations when it comes to fuel cell vehicles, talking to different cities where we are establishing, planning to establish our refueling stations. We see a very clear tendency or need along those cities for offering the vehicle types that are beyond the passenger cars. So even though we have great offer apparently from Toyota and from Hyundai, we are very strongly considering even offering light commercial vehicles and maybe even trucks. Fortunately, the market of those is quite fast growing now, with very many market players, very many OEMs showing interest and presenting new offers in that segment. The solution in the project consists of establishing the fleets of cars, so that will be in the consumer end, allowing the getting used to hydrogen as the fuel, and having an education on how to handle it, how to serve both the vehicles and the infrastructure, and obviously offering the variety of different vehicles necessary for that. The stations will be set up for 2 pressure levels, 350 and 700 bars, and the setup will be modular, allowing for increasing the capacity over time when the market grows. Apart from that, there is also an opportunity of getting contract for 10 years supply of up to 10 years supply of green hydrogen, and also service and maintenance. Summarizing what the project is today, we had a tremendous response from the cities in Sweden. More than 40 cities and municipalities showed interest in that for those 8 locations that we need to establish. We had a huge demo in Gothenburg in February 2020. We were very fortunate to actually manage that right before outbreak of Corona. So this was a very useful, extremely well received activity towards the potential customers here. Currently, we have 4 cities that signed a memorandum of understanding, and we're working with qualification process for further 4 cities, of course. And each of those need to prepare local decisions for supporting the establishment of the HRS, the refueling stations, for procurement of the fuel cell vehicles, and also for demand for usage of hydrogen. And according to current plan, we expect all the cities to sign during this year. So with that information, I want to thank you and welcome any questions that you want to put. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pavel Seremak, for your excellent presentation. And please stay back, and we'll come back to you during the question and answer session after our last presentation. And now I have the honor and pleasure to introduce our 4th speaker this afternoon, and the last one but not the least is none other than Dr. Bent Todd. He's the Chief Executive Officer of Akola Energy. Dr. Todd has been involved in the fuel cell industry for over 20 years. He completed his PhD in engineering at Cambridge University, working on the modeling of the Rolls-Royce oxide fuel cell systems for power generation. Previously, he worked in research and development, technical and strategic roles for commercial and public sector projects, including his stints at Cambridge Consultants and Jonathan Matthey. Dr. Todd has founded the Akola Energy in 2010 with the aim of bridging the gap between development of new hydrogen technology and deployment-ready applications. And he's going to talk about zero-emission solutions for heavy-duty vehicles and transport applications. Now I have the honor and pleasure to invite Dr. Ben Todd to start his presentation. Dr. Todd, now you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. It is my honor and pleasure to be speaking with you this morning for me, this afternoon, I think for many of you. So I'm going to share my screen now and give you a short presentation on, as the introduction said, on zero emission solutions for heavy duty vehicles and transport applications, focused of course on hydrogen and fuel cells. So Akola Energy is a fuel cell and hydrogen system integrator. We bring together the different technologies required to make hydrogen fuel cell applications happen, and we integrate them into vehicle platforms. We've worked since 2010 to integrate hydrogen and fuel cells into many different applications. The focus really is on heavy duty vehicles. These are vehicles that go back to their base, to a base depot. So you can support many vehicles with a small number of hydrogen filling stations. And this is one of the key aspects of developing the market at this early stage. I think the slides are moving a little slowly, so I might not always be completely synchronized. In this early stage of the hydrogen fuel cell market, we have to work across the whole value chain, from market creation through product development, into manufacture and into aftermarket. And this approach of covering the whole piece is very, very important for our end users. So they're testing a new technology. They're taking a risk by moving away from petrol or diesel, the technology that they understand very well, they have well-established support systems for, into this new ecosystem of hydrogen, fuel cells, and electrification. So it's very, very important that we support them very well so they have a good experience of this transition. Akola Energy was founded in London back in 2010. We have 2 facilities in London, an engineering office and a prototyping workshop. But increasingly now we're moving up to Scotland. And the reason for doing this is that there's very, very good potential in Scotland for renewable energy, a lot of wind and a lot of tidal and marine energy sources, and also very strong and well-integrated government support for this technology that brings together academic institutions with technologies. Government agencies have a very important role in setting policy and leading on procurement and with industry. And so we have a very, very successful collaboration. I'll tell you about a few of the projects over the next few minutes. So we have, in fact, 3 facilities. There are 2 shown here. One is our rail facility over in Bowness. The next is our main facility in Scotland. This is opening in Dundee. This will be our manufacturing and aftermarket support facility. And in fact, there is an additional facility in Glasgow, which will be an aftermarket support centre. So you'll have this sense that everywhere that we go, that we deploy vehicles, we're very careful to have a strong aftermarket support. So let's just look at a little bit about how we've developed over the last 12 years. So we started looking really at very lightweight vehicles. This was going back to a time when hydrogen was considered expensive and it was better to use less. Over the course of 12 years, we've moved really from a time where people want to use little hydrogen to where we stand today, which is where we want to use as much hydrogen as possible. And this is because the more hydrogen you use, the better the business case becomes. So the focus now is less on small vehicles and now really is on buses, trucks and trains. The other important aspect of these types of vehicles is they go back to base. It is predictable what they do each day, and therefore you need a very relatively small hydrogen refueling infrastructure, which is at a large scale, so you can bring down the cost of hydrogen. So I talk for a moment about the hydrogen train project. So this is a Scottish hydrogen train project. This is taking it's a retrofit. So we're taking an existing 40-year-old 4 million mile train and we're converting it to hydrogen fuel cell very quickly. So this is a project that takes about 1 year. So to completely redesign and retraction a train in 1 year, it's kind of unheard of. Usually this would take 2 years, but it gives an idea of the pace and speed at which Scotland wants to move. So this is working with Scottish Enterprise and Transport Scotland, two government agencies, the Hydrogen Accelerator, which is a kind of quasi-government academic institution set up to accelerate and facilitate rapid learning and dissemination across government and the interface into industry. And what I'll talk about as we go forward is quite a lot about the Arcola A-Drive technology platform. This is the basis of all of our vehicle applications. So it's a common technology platform that brings together fuel cell, battery, hydrogen, high voltage power electronics, control, software. And so we try to bring the same technology platform into all of our vehicles. This allows us to go faster, to increase the volume of purchasing and so reduce the cost. And of course, to reduce risk and improve quality, because all of the learning around quality, compliance, safety, it is all shared across all of our vehicle classes. This next slide now is a refuse collection vehicle, RCV. So this is a 26-ton truck, which is designed for urban waste collection. And this is an important market for hydrogen and fuel cells. So battery electric trucks can do a certain amount of range. So in some places, battery electric is perfect for this application. But in other applications, the duty cycle is heavier, the distance is longer, or the weight that must be carried, the number of bin lifts is higher. And in hotter countries, you will perhaps have an air conditioning requirement for the cab as well, where simply you cannot do what you need with battery. So this vehicle will have the same payload, the same duty cycle as a diesel truck, so no compromise, and of course we'll have zero emissions. And if you like, probably one of the earlier markets is buses. So we do a lot of work on double deck bus, not so much on single deck in the UK. But again, in hotter countries, probably you would need to look at hydrogen and fuel cell because of the air conditioning load. So you will probably, particularly with heavy traffic, use more energy to support air conditioning than you do to drive the bus. And so often we will see people promoting battery electric buses, saying they have a very good range. And they may have a very good range, particularly when they are new, before the batteries have degraded. But as soon as you integrate turn on air conditioning, the range crashes very low. So we think this is a very strong application area for hydrogen and fuel cells. And just another touch really on that thing I said about the importance of repair and maintenance. So this aftermarket support, I talk about Arcola as being from gowns, academic, to suits, business, to boots, on the ground, guys with steel toe boots looking after vehicles. And we have to get this whole piece right at this stage in the market. As the market develops and the technology matures, of course, this will be less necessary and it will stratify, just as solar and wind have done. But for now, this very strong focus on aftermarket is critical. So a tiny bit on our technology platform. So we think of the whole vehicle. Obviously, from the wheels, of course, a fuel cell electric vehicle is essentially an electric vehicle. So you have electric motors, inverters, high voltage power distribution. You have your low voltage systems, and very importantly, of course, we have a battery. So almost all fuel cell vehicles will be a hybrid. So I think of batteries as a sister technology to fuel cells. It is not a battle of battery versus fuel cell and hydrogen. It is about finding the right technology mix to give the right solution to the customer. So batteries are wonderful things and we should use them. But in many cases, on the other side of the screen where we have the hydrogen and fuel cell system, this is complementary. It gives us the greater range, it gives us the faster refuel, and it gives us the flexibility that the drivers require. And very importantly, across the top then is the control and safety systems. So at Arcola, we started initially focused on hydrogen and fuel cell, but our scope now has grown to cover the whole vehicle. So right now we could take an existing vehicle, we would strip up all of the intelligence and control and replace all of that. So the drive systems, the brake systems, and we found it necessary to have this breadth of expertise so that we can work quickly on many different projects and work very closely with the vehicle manufacturers to interface with their team, wherever they are in the world and at whatever level they want us to interface. So just a quick picture of the A-Drive technology platform. So as you would expect, we have the hydrogen fuel tanks. We have a fuel cell engine, if you like. This is the two components. In fact, the labeling is not quite right. There's the fuel cell and the ancillary systems to the fuel cell. Then, of course, you have on the other side, really it's a power electronics and an electric drive unit and batteries. So this is very much like a battery electric vehicle. The critical difference is that we use a high power battery. It's almost supercapacitor. So we typically use a lithium titanate battery. So it's not nickel metal hydride. It's not NMC energy batteries. It's power batteries because of that very different duty cycle that the battery sees. And in a way, this leads into this our approach to the market. So as I've said, there are many applications where a battery electric vehicle is perfect. If the range is short, you can do a battery vehicle. At the other side, then we have the fuel cell vehicle. If the range is longer, we can look at a fuel cell application. And what we tend to think doesn't really work is the thing in the middle where people take a battery electric vehicle and simply add a fuel cell. And really, this is because somebody has spent a lot of time optimizing that battery electric vehicle to work on battery. They've chosen the battery chemistry to really suit battery only operation. Adding a fuel cell, then you just get a suboptimal system. So we really think we should focus on really good battery electric vehicles and really good fuel cell electric vehicles, and try not to be tempted to think, oh, we'll just add a fuel cell to a battery vehicle. There's a few more details here in this, which I think probably there's not time to go through, but I'm happy for my slides to be shared. And it just gives a bit more information about where we think it makes sense to use battery and fuel cell. And it's about the amount of energy you require. Once it goes above a certain point, you start to have a great benefit from hydrogen. And below a certain point, actually batteries are potentially easier for you. One very important aspect, though, is that it's not just about the vehicle. We have to think about the whole ecosystem. So you have to think about fuel. So if we think about battery electric, introducing a small number of battery electric vehicles is usually quite easy. There will be power available to a certain extent, and it's familiar technology. You plug in, away you go, no problem. With hydrogen, introducing a small number of hydrogen vehicles is actually very difficult because the economics of a small hydrogen filling station are not good. So you have to go through all of the safety and the learning for one vehicle as you would for 100, and you don't get any economy of scale. So this is one of the reasons I think that it's taken longer for hydrogen and fuel cells market to develop. So we're seeing battery electric vehicles, the cost is coming down very quickly as volume goes up. And hydrogen and fuel cells has to follow behind now. We have to get to scale. We have to drop the cost. But we have this challenge that it is difficult. Every customer wants to try one vehicle. Well, before I buy 20, 50, 100, I want to try one. And actually doing that one vehicle test is quite tricky. But if we do that, then we can get to a much more interesting position. So converting a whole fleet of buses to battery electric is really quite difficult. You need a lot of power, lots of grid upgrades, and the challenge of speed of refuel, of recharge, and the challenge, of course, of being stranded if you're stuck in traffic, particularly with air conditioning, versus a large hydrogen depot is much more straightforward. So on that final slide, really on our current activities. So we're looking at trains, buses, trucks, particularly refuse collection, and some work also on off-road. The off-road is probably a later market because, again, typically you don't have so many vehicles, so the hydrogen economics is more difficult. But as you can see there, these are the heavy vehicles that is our primary interest. I think at that point, I will finish and say thank you very much and look forward to some Q&A later.
Thank you very much, Dr. Todd. Very impressive presentation. I think you have answered so many questions that we are struggling. We always argue battery versus to hear that. So I think you already answered so many questions that have been lingering, among so many of us around the world. So I'm very proud of you, and I must thank you so much for your excellent presentation. I think before we can pose a question, in a way, you already answered so many questions already. So good to see you, and good to know you. And I think you've done very well, especially within a very short time period, right? Within 10 years, less than 10 years. So very, very impressive. Thank you. So now we come to the last part of our session this afternoon or this morning in UK or in Europe. I think we have received number of questions here. Let me read them. There are 4 questions posed to speakers. I think the first 3 sound like meant for Mr. Osamu Ikeda, I think, from the way the first 2 and the third one. So, Mr. Ikeda, I read the whole 3. I think also you have read these questions. The first question is, what is the investment cost for the hydrogenation and dehydrogenation plant? I think that's referring to your project from Brunei to Japan. And second, what is the capacity of hydrogen that you managed to produce in Brunei? The third one is, what are the challenges faced and important factors that need to be considered for Malaysia to move forward to build our hydrogen supply chain? So, Mr. Osamu, you have the floor now. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for the very good questions. And regarding the first question, so this is a very good question and maybe interest, but it is difficult to answer it. But I think, yes, this is fully depend on the size of the project and also the location and sources and also demands, so and also available infrastructure, etc. So it is difficult to mention about the cost at the one figure. So I think it depends on the project. So we will estimate and the we can share those informations. But in general, also, especially MCH technology, it can be used as existing oil and petrol product infrastructure, like a tank and rolling and systems. So if we are able to utilize such existing infrastructure, definitely we can reduce its investment cost. So this is the kind of the benefit of these technologies. So this is not a right answer for the question 1, but yeah, this is now I can answer these questions. And the second question is the what is the capacity of hydrogen it can produce? So I think this is the this also depends on the project, but for the commercial scale, full scale, that we are considering that the hydrogen production scale is around 200,000 to the 350,000 ton per year. So this is the kind of the benchmark for the full scale. So if we produce such amount of the hydrogen, so we need 3 or 5 gigawatt renewable electricity. So kind of the magnitude it's required. But of course, and in the early stage, like before the like mid 2020 and something, so we are considering more smaller scale. So we name a semi-commercial. So that is also the commercial scale. But I think in that case, we need some support, strong support from the government and the others. So, but the kind of scale now we are considering as a commercial. And
okay.
Yeah. Question 3.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think we all very very looking forward for investors to come to Malaysia. And in fact, the one in Brunei is conversion of natural gas, right, to hydrogen. But in Malaysia, not many people know that we have renewable energy. The bulk of it comes in the converting the heat that's stored in upper layers of deep waters into power, and this power converted to hydrogen. So we are looking forward for investors to look at this potential. In the tropics, we don't have much solar, and we don't have so much wind and wave and tidal, but we do have ocean thermal energy. I think that's the difference, the talk that given by Andrew Dixon just now. You're very fortunate in the temperate regions. You have plenty of wind, you have plenty of solar, the sky is always blue. So it is
and lots of space.
Yeah, a lot of space, desert, thing like this. But in the tropics, I think we cannot really exploit so much of solar and wind. I always argue wind is good enough only for you and I to sit under coconut tree and that's it, you know. So we have to really convert the heat that's stored in the upper layers of our ocean, and this heat comes from the energy. So this is going to be future development in Malaysia. We're going to exploit this, and not only in Malaysia, but also throughout the tropics, you know, along the equator. So, you know, all the way from the Caribbean to West Africa to Indian Ocean to Western Pacific and also Eastern Pacific. So this is the whole range of it. So we're looking forward for your company, CWP, for instance, to explore not only solar and wind, but also to explore ocean thermal energy in the tropics. I think those from the temperate regions, like, you know, in Europe, you have exploited very well solar and wind and wave energy and tidal. And I think in Sweden, in Norway, they have started looking at the generating renewable energy by the salinity gradient. That subject, we hardly hear much about it, so the potential is big. And I think there's one sensitive question here to you, Andrew Nixon, about this Australian government, you know, having problem with you. I hope you can read this question. They say, according to the news report in June 2021, Australian government has denied environmental permit to the Asian Renewable Energy Hub array in Pilbara, Western Australia. You have an update on this? Yeah. Thank you, Andrew.
Sure. Thank you. No, it's a very good question. So we need a variety of approvals, both from the state level, Western Australian government level, and the federal government level. Last year, we achieved our first round of approvals from both state and federal governments, and that was for 15 gigawatts of wind and solar generation. Then we started the approval process with the state and federal governments for the expanded infrastructure, so 26 gigawatts, hydrogen and ammonia production and export facilities. The state government process is on track, unchanged, but the federal government indicated some concerns with our application. So, you know, we're working very closely with the Commonwealth Government to understand and address their concerns. I would say that our project is at the leading edge of a new sort of form of energy trade and production, which is in the form of ammonia energy. And, you know, many people, including regulators, are not particularly familiar with green ammonia projects and their issues. So there's a learning curve there. And also, I mean, legislation for offshore pipelines, for example, is really geared towards hydrocarbons. And obviously ammonia has no carbon, so it doesn't actually fit that well. So, you know, large projects like this, particularly leading edge projects, often have hurdles along the way. But we're confident that we'll be able to address these issues and develop a successful project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. I think the main issue is about what our strategies in storing hydrogen. The way I understand is for local generation and local consumption of hydrogen, most people will opt for compressed hydrogen. And then we want to transport hydrogen in long haul, long logistics. I think in the case of Chiyoda, you opted for this chemical, you know, hydrogen, MCH. But I think in your case, in the case of Australia, Andrew, then you have opted for ammonia. But I know a lot of people now start working on the solid state hydrogen. That means converting the hydrogen gas into solid state hydrogen, like of sodium boron hydride, things like that. And of course, there are various applications, and I think for different applications, you have to look at the different ways of storing and transporting and distributing the hydrogen. I think there's one subject perhaps we can discuss together afterwards. But yeah. I do not see any more questions posted here. But I do have one question to you, Dr. Todd. I'm very attracted to one of your slides where you try to see the combination of the optimum application of hydrogen fuel cell and battery, you know, powered. I think that's very noble approach. I think we always argue one or the other. But I noticed in your slide, you said it's confidential. I think that piece of slide of interest to many, many people. So if you can, remove your confidential, perhaps you can share with us. All right. So that's a question to you. Can you share with us that particular slide?
Yes, I would be happy to. So yeah, I will.
Okay.
I will.
That one will really kill so many questions in Malaysia. I know. We've been struggling with that one. We also argue battery powered or hydrogen fuel cell. We never really talk about the optimum approach, which you have done very well. So I'm very happy. And also very happy you focus on the heavy duties. And I think where the Japanese really working on the passenger vehicle, so we can complement each other. And also to Mr. Paul Sarema, I had an opportunity that I knew his email through his pre-recorded presentation. So I have already been exchanging emails with him. And I posted 2 emails to him. He replied back very fast with 2 emails. I think his project very attractive in Sweden. You have started with a pilot project. And I think very interesting also, he said this project really moved by the NGO. Very interesting, right? And I think we are looking forward to see such a project development really taking place in Malaysia and many parts of the world. So those are my comments on that. So if there is no further question now, I would like to 4 of you to discuss about the different strategies, how to handle hydrogen in terms of, because we're talking about supply chain, right? One element is supply chain, how you handle the hydrogen as a compressed gas or as a liquid. A liquid, there are 2 forms. You liquefy the gas, or what the Chiyoda has done to have a mixture, chemical mixture, right? Then the last one, I think this technology being well pursued too, and I've yet to see the commercialized yet, this solid state hydrogen, the like of the sodium boron hydride. So any speaker would like to comment on this topic? Yes, Andrew, yeah.
Yeah, so my view is that, I mean, obviously there are a variety of carriers, obviously including, the Spira approach, methyl cyclohexane, hydrogen, liquid hydrogen, compressed hydrogen, ammonia. And I don't think there'll be one dominant carrier. I think there'll be multiple carriers suited to different markets. Yeah. For example, we're obviously aiming for very large-scale transport of energy, so ammonia makes sense to us. But when you want to dehydrogenate, to extract the hydrogen again, particularly for applications like fuel cell mobility that need very high purity, ammonia is not necessarily a great carrier. I think MCH, liquid hydrogen is better. But when it's going into a thermal power station, you don't need the same level of purity. So ammonia actually makes more sense, particularly when you can combust ammonia without needing to strip the hydrogen back out from it. So again, there'll be multiple carriers suiting different markets.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. Yeah, different type of carriers, forms will suit certain applications. Yeah. Dr. Todd, do you have the floor?
Yeah, basically, I would agree with Andrew. I think it's very important in this early stage of the market when there are lots of technology companies and investors, and there's a temptation for people to try to say, oh, this one is the best, only do this one. Yeah, and it's very unhelpful. It confuses people. So an analogy I like to use is I say, today we have petrol and diesel. Yeah. And nobody tells you that petrol is better or diesel is better. Yeah. Everybody understands that generally small things are petrol and big things are diesel. Yeah. And what we'll see over time is, in terms of the power source, battery versus hydrogen fuel cell, you will have areas where it's natural and you choose the right one. And I think exactly as Andrew said, in terms of storing and transporting hydrogen, we'll have the same thing. So for bulk, it is likely to be combined, for example, as ammonia. For short distance distribution, compressed is the simplest. Even at 350 bar, this is probably sufficient for many applications. And you will see a wide range of technologies developing, so liquid organic carriers. The sodium borohydride, in my experience, is really for very small scale. This technology has been around for a long time. A lot of people have spent a lot of money trying to make it work, and it's actually quite difficult. We've worked with 3 or 4 of these related kind of technologies. So I think really that's probably small scale and quite challenging. So I think really that it's compressed, liquid, and then the chemical combination, and they will have each will have its own space.
Yeah. Okay, I'll give the floor to Mr. Osamu Ikeda. You have any comment on these different forms of storing hydrogen? If not, yeah. I'm sure you have researched a lot on this and you have decided to go for chemical route. Yeah, I think that's for long haul transportation. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Sato. So in general, so I also have the same similar view of the Andrew and Sato, and each technology has the pros and cons, and also the in future those technology will be coexist. So, but we also need to consider the time frame. So the technology maturity. I think each technology has a different technology readiness. So our view is that ammonia, so direct usage, and also the MCH as a hydrogen carrier. This is the more technology mature and ready for the commercialization. But on the other hand, so the cryogenic liquid hydrogen and also the ammonia cracking, it need to the technology development. So it need more time to the commercialization. But in future, of course, those technology will be developed and into the market. So, and also the metal hydride. So this is also the waiting for the commercialization. So it a bit more it takes time, but I think that those considering time frame. So as a business point of view, so now we are focused on the MCH as a hydrogen carrier. But as an engineering company, we also are supporting ammonia, of course. So those are two will be more suitable for early stage, and then in future, the more increasing the choices for the market. That is our view.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Pavel Sremak. You have any comment on this?
Yeah, well, a lot of obviously a lot of very right and interesting comments have been made so far. What I want to add on top of that is what we see specifically on continental Europe, if you will, not in Scandinavia as much, is actually a lot of tryouts now to utilize the already existing network built for gas distribution.
Yeah.
The distribution for hydrogen in the future, as this of course will be very kind of a viable way to start the business, at least in certain scale, and connected to a big source, a big usage, if you will. So in industrial setup and the distribution towards industrial sites, this will be in particular very interesting and kind of low-hanging fruit in terms of investment needed just to start this up.
Yeah, I'm glad you raised this point because they are very fortunate in the continental Europe because they have already got the gas pipelines. So whatever excess power from their wind generation, they just convert into hydrogen and inject into pipelines. So they're very fortunate and really so. In fact, we are very happy they have this solution for themselves there. Yes, Andrew, come back to you, and also you have 2 questions to answer. Yeah, Andrew, your comment again?
Yeah, so I think supply chains will be different in different parts of the world. So certainly in continental Europe, most of the focus is on hydrogen without converting to different carriers, again, because of the possibility of pipelines across the continent. Whereas in Asia, in general, I think it has more of an ammonia flavor driven, initially by Japan, Korea's growing interest, again, because we're used to trading these molecules by ship. And ammonia is, I think it's one of the best ways to do that currently, particularly when there's direct use for ammonia as a fuel in co-firing and coal-fired power stations, in future gas turbines, and especially in ship engines. So I think, the Asian region will have a much more of a ammonia flavor, if you like, than Europe, but all of this technology is changing very quickly. And what is the more dominant carrier today could be very different in 10, 20 years' time.
Sorry, I got mistaken. Actually, the question meant more Dr. Todd. Yeah, Dr. Todd, you have two quick questions. Maybe you can dispose those first. And then I have another question I want to pose to all the panelists. So maybe we dispose of the two questions to you, Dr. Todd. One, they say he wants to know whether Akola Energy producing your own fuel cell in-house. I think you're referring to your solid oxide fuel cell, I think. And then may I know whether he wants to know also whether Akola Energy producing, same question, sorry, I thought two different questions. Okay, Dr. Todd, yeah, sorry, maybe referring to your solid oxide fuel cell there, right?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. So no, my work in solid oxide, this is finished. This was academic research, and I've stopped. On the proton exchange membrane, so low temperature fuel cell, we did develop our own fuel cell stack in-house, but then we stopped this program because there were many other companies who'd spent billions developing their own, and they were coming to market. And so now we are an integrator. So we integrate Ballard, Hydrogenics. We have discussions with most of the major manufacturers of hydrogen fuel cells. So no, think of Akola primarily as an integrator, not a manufacturer.
Yeah, okay, good to know that. Yeah, I think because many people also are quite impressed with your work on solid oxide. So, yeah, I'm happy that you confirm on this. Yeah, there's something that we need to continue to work on it in the future. And actually, I have one question here while waiting for others to raise. A common question to 3-4 of you. In terms of pricing of hydrogen, in the market, it's not very clear, right? But to me, there should have three different sets of pricing, to differentiate pricing for, I would say, brown hydrogen, blue hydrogen, and green hydrogen. And I think the green hydrogen, deserve better, higher values compared to blue and compared to brown. And I think, of course, the existing technologies, they are very well ahead, producing a brown hydrogen, right? And of course, now those who are emitting CO2, they have to really capture the CO2, and they'll be talking more about the carbon, storage, and inject the carbon CO2 into the ground. I don't think this is a good way of utilizing the CO2, but we encourage the utilization of CO2, right, for the production of green hydrocarbons, by combining with green hydrogen. And this the CCU. I thought this would be a good way of it. First, talking about the pricing, there should be differential pricing for hydrogen. And second is utilization of green hydrogen to capture the CO2 from all the emissions. And then once you capture CO2, my understanding, that will be the blue type, right? Yeah. Okay, I got two hands here quickly. I give to Dr. Todd first, then Andrew. Yeah, Ben.
Yeah. So if we work backwards from the customer, so I will address it from the end customer perspective.
Okay.
So we are engaged with the operators of fleets. Very often these are public sector, but also private sector fleet. And what the fleet managers there want is very simple. They want exactly the same performance, exactly the same cost as diesel, but zero emission.
Yeah.
And they want a very simple story. It's green hydrogen. This is the simple story.
Okay.
If you have to explain blue hydrogen, which may be good, if you really can either reuse or sequester the carbon dioxide effectively, then blue hydrogen is fine. But it's complicated. It's a large scale process. It's hard to explain to a customer. They say blue, green, what is this? It's too confusing. So the simple market signal we have is that we have to get hydrogen down in the UK. It needs to be below £6 per kilogram. And really they want it down to 3, 4, maybe £5 per kilogram. And that more or less translates into euros or into dollars. So the cost needs to basically be low. So we can think philosophically about these different things. We can take an academic view, but essentially I've got customers who tell me, well, the whole system needs to cost the same as diesel. Maybe we'll tolerate 10% increase overall, including the capex, the maintenance and the fuel, maybe for a short time. But basically the market will just tell us what we have to get to. And so this is really why we need to look at hydrogen at very large scale. So from my side, it's about deploying fleets. So I'd like to now not really look at any fleet less than 50 vehicles and 50 heavy vehicles, not cars, heavy vehicles, because this gives me good scale. Whether that's direct green hydrogen production from renewables in Scotland, for example, where there's plenty of wind and a little bit of solar, or it's back, I guess, in a way, handing the task on to the likes of Andrew and Osamu to now get me very large volumes of essentially green hydrogen on a kind of global market. So maybe that's a useful way to hand over to Andrew.
Yeah, so my perspective.
Yeah, Andrew, before you take the floor, something I pick up you and Ben, I think very encouraging. You think the market should be €5 plus 10% for green hydrogen. Am I reading correctly? Sorry, can you unmute yourself? Okay, right.
Yeah, I mean, basically, if you take that as a round number, that's basically what they're looking for. There are variations in particular areas, but basically, it's that kind of number we need to get to.
Okay, very good. I think that's a very encouraging number, because what I heard, even they're going to force the market, they're going to force down to even €1 or €2, or pound, But when you say £5, very encouraging for green hydrogen. So very good signal. Thank you. Right. Yes, Andrew. Yeah.
Okay, so an important consideration with the questions of time, of cost, is timing. So obviously today green is not really available today. Brown is, but it's very dirty. But it's it's relatively cheap as well because it's dirty and we don't pay for that pollution. But it's over 60% of the cost of renewable hydrogen is the cost of the electricity that goes into it, the renewable electricity. The levelized cost of energy of solar has come down about 90% in a decade. Wind has come down 70% in a decade, and it keeps going down. So as wind and solar scale, they get cheaper. As production of electrolyzers scale, they get cheaper. And that keeps going year on year on year. So green will undoubtedly be cheaper than blue in time. It's just a question of when. And so, as Ben mentioned, scale is really important. And that's why we're developing enormous projects to get huge economies of scale and to drive down the cost so that the green can really take off.
Yeah. Very good. Yes, Pavel, you have the floor now. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Well, just to add from the Swedish perspective on the comments made by previous speakers here. In Scandinavia, basically, we solely concentrate on working with green hydrogen track. So we're not even exploring any other options. Obviously, we are very fortunate with our energy mix being very clean, if you will. Specifically in my project that I presented before, Statkraft being one of the largest, if not the largest, green energy producer in Scandinavia, gives a warranty that the 100% of volume used in or produced for Nordic hydrogen corridor will be green. So I think connected to the aspect brought previously by Mr. Todd, I think this is very good prerequisite for really not confusing the end consumer.
since hydrogen needs to have a long-term recognition of being a very environmental investment and technology that kind of limits pollution. Obviously, bringing that to simple dimension that hydrogen is always a kind of clean source of energy will make this communication much more easy.
Okay, if I can conclude the views of these three speakers, when you say hydrogen, we don't talk about any kind of hydrogen except green. Can I conclude that way? Right? Okay, good. So now I would like to hear the views of Mr. Osamu Ikeda. You know, I think your hydrogen cannot be considered green because you convert natural gas, to hydrogen, right? I think in your case, more like brown, unless you do the CO2 utilization, then you can claim blue. So you have any comment on this here?
Yes, so thank you very much. So as a business point of view, so we, of course, we are looking for the blue hydrogen and also the green, both. And compared with the UK's hydrogen price targets, so Japan, fortunately, unfortunately, so the more challenging target we are setting. So $3 per kilogram in 2030 and $2 per kilogram in 2050. So this is the very challenging target. So toward this achieved, so we are also looking for the very cost competitive high resources. And at this moment, so brown is more competitive, but I think decarbonization pressure is more stronger and also quicker. So the brown hydrogen can be accepted very short term. So we also need to looking for the blue hydrogen in at this moment, but CCU and CCS is the big challenge. But if this quite much, I think blue hydrogen is one of the useful option and in the mid-term. But on the other hand, green hydrogen prices is now drastically reduced its cost. So compared to the 6 months 6 months ago's forecast, so now our forecast is more drive its cost. So we also consider that around the 2030 is the breaking even point and the blue hydrogen, green hydrogen. So, but we also need to carefully watch the technology development and also looking for the competitive green sources. And so we are now widely looking for, but in general, so blue and green depend on the technology development. So this kind of the portfolio now we are considering.
Thank you very much, Osamo. I didn't quite catch your target price. Did I hear $2 US per kilo? Did I hear that?
$3 per kilo in 2030 and $2 per kilo in 2050. So this is the target. Yeah.
Okay, $3 per kilo in 2030.
Yes, 2030. Yes.
Okay. That's good. Good target. And then $2 by 2050.
Yes. This is the final target. Yeah.
Yeah, because the thing that worrying many people who have come to me, they said, no way we can meet the $2 target, They're talking about the target now, right? So I'm very happy to hear this long-term target, not immediate target. So otherwise you cannot attract investment, Yeah. So I think I'm happy to hear that you share those targets with us here and the rest of the communities here. So I do not see any question coming from the floor. Do I have any more questions from the floor? Okay, now I give the chance to the speakers to ask questions. To other speakers or to all of us here. Okay? Yeah, we have time. How much time do you have, Farah? Hello? Morning, how much time do you have? Okay.
There's 17 minutes remaining.
Okay, very good. Now I give the chance to every speaker to pose a question to each other, right? And also to pose a question to the audience. So I think it'd be nice to hear that. Okay, I give the floor to, since you have the floor, Ben, you have the floor. Okay, pose your question now.
So I think I will ask a question and then I will offer an apology. So I think my question is to the audience. How can we bring forward this technology in your area? So in Malaysia, or for the audiences international, can you identify places where we can demonstrate the first projects? So this would be, I think, if it's a vehicle project, it's heavy vehicles that go back to base with access to renewables. Find one. Find a way to bring that project together. And then I would challenge all of us internationally as a community to find a way to make that happen. So this would be my question to the floor, which I think will not get an immediate answer today. And then
I'll give you the answer. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
And then my apology is I'm being chased to go to another meeting. So I'd like to ask your forgiveness if I slip away after posing my challenge.
Okay, I will give you the answer first. You get hold of MGTC. We'll take it from there.
Perfect.
You approach,
a good answer.
Approach Malaysian Green Technology and Climate Change Center. Then we'll make it happen. How's that?
Spectacular.
That's
a good answer.
Yes.
So in which case, I'll say thank you very much and much respect to everybody, and I look forward to speaking further.
Okay, Ben. Then we're looking forward that you come to Malaysia. We set it up. Okay.
Spectacular. All right. Thanks, guys.
Okay,
Take care.
Okay. All the best. Right, Ben. Okay. I think since the question posed to the audience, I hope I have already answered on your behalf. So now I'll give the floor to the other three speakers, whether you have any question to each one of you or to us. Yes, Andrew, yes.
So I have a comment really. So one thing I'm not sure if people are fully aware of is the emissions flip that will happen with trading of hydrogen and derivatives. So for example, I'm in Australia and we export lots of fossil fuels. So for example, where Australia exports coal to Japan, when Japan consumes that coal, it burns it, it incurs the emissions. Australia doesn't, Japan does. With hydrocarbon-based or fossil fuel-based hydrogen, the carbon emissions are not at the point of consumption; they're at the point of production. So when Australia exports this, fossil fuel-based hydrogen, Australia's emissions go up and Japan's emissions go down. So it's a flip of the way that the emissions are currently accounted. But obviously, what the whole point of doing this is decarbonising our global atmosphere. So, it's tempting for countries that are consumers to buy the cheapest, the brown or the blue. But again, the whole point is decarbonising. So in our view, we need to consider the full life cycle carbon emissions at the production and consumption side. So large-scale green is the only long-term solution in our view.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned this, Andrew. I must share with you and the rest of the audience here. I went to school in Newcastle, New South Wales.
Right. We have an office there.
Newcastle is full of coal, right?
Yeah.
So every year we had the alumni getting together. So the vice chancellor, the former vice chancellor, always visited us once a year. And every time she visited us, and she asked me same question: what could we do in Newcastle? So my answer the last 3 years, I said, just convert your coal into hydrogen, right? And when she came for the first time, I said, Abu Bakar, shut up. Don't pose that question again. So I know in Australia, they're very active in converting coal into hydrogen. I think we're very good also. Yeah.
But I think that's a crazy idea, frankly, because I had a slide in my presentation that showed the carbon intensity of gasified coal. And without carbon capture and storage, the carbon emissions are way worse than just burning the coal in the first place. You need high levels of carbon capture and storage and ongoing monitoring. But for coal gasification, it can't be considered clean. The only fossil route that can remotely be considered clean, i.e. very low carbon, is steam methane reforming with at least 90% carbon capture and storage, which is not possible in most parts of the world, frankly. So our approach is not at all on the fossil routes; it's entirely on the renewable routes at scale. Jumping back to Newcastle, so we have one of our company's major offices in Australia is in Newcastle. and we're developing some of the country's most successful wind farms based in Newcastle. So yeah, it's not just all about coal; it's also about renewables.
Okay, very good. So I'm going to share this with her. But the chancellor of the university, he's a coal miner. Okay, so he's been searching this, answers to this question. Yes, Mr. Pavel, you want the floor? Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. I wanted to bring up another aspect, which is more looking at the technology we're trying to establish, all of us, viewed by the general public. What I see over here in Europe, and I'd be very pleased to hear how you perceive the situation in your countries, in Asia, in your part of the world. What is what is the level of public awareness of the change coming, and how are the communities, the governments supporting this awareness raising among the general public to kind of create, not only the interest but also the demand for this technology to get established? What is going on in Asia? Over here in Europe, there is a lot of activities. There are youngsters, on the streets with a lot of banners and trying to put pressure on the governments to, change the politics towards more green future. What is the situation in Asia, and who is driving the change from the public view perspective?
Yeah, actually, maybe I can speak on behalf of Malaysia, because I was in the Department of Environment since 1976, right? And we just completed a study. In fact, we want to submit our report to the Ministry of the Environment and Water tomorrow. And I think from this study, very clear that we wanted to solve air pollution problems. I think we need to really reduce our dependency on fossil fuels. And there are many parts of the country affected not only by a very high concentration of PM 2.5, the particulate matter 2.5, very high, as well as PM 10, and also the buildup of ozone. Ozone is combination of, whenever you have a clear sky, we have NOx from the motor vehicles and power plants, right? Plus the non-methane hydrocarbons, the VOC, that form the ozone. And these two parameters are very, very serious in Malaysia. So we really looking forward, really to reduce our dependency on fossil fuels. That's one. And second thing, that's the reason why in Malaysia now, that three organizations now organize this first international conference on hydrogen ever, right? With the interest of MGTC under Ministry of Environment and Water, and MOSTI, Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. And we have also one of the strong agencies pushing for hydrogen economy in Malaysia is Nano Malaysia. They're working on the nano materials. And of course, at the Academy of Sciences Malaysia, we have established a working group, a task force led by, I think you heard this gentleman, Professor Dr. Wan Ramli, Wan Daud. He has been working at fuel cell and hydrogen and all these years. So, and last October, we called for open invitation, and very worldwide, but we didn't get, we got good response locally, but we don't get good response. So as I mentioned to you through the email, we are welcome any proposal, right? And the kind of project you develop in Sweden will be very ideal, very good for Malaysia, I must say. So we are looking forward to work with you, Mr. Sremek, on this. And I think for Andrew and Dixon, I think you got the good technology, right? But the only difference is the source. The source in Australia is solar and wind. But as I was saying earlier, the source in Malaysia and the rest of the tropics along the equator is ocean thermal energy. Because the rest, you have it, except the source. So I think we are looking forward also. I sent the email last night to your CWP office, Renewable in Sydney. I don't have your email, but I sent the email to HR, Okay. And I think Dr. what's his name? Biabek, I think, right? He's the one based in Sydney. So maybe through you, we can look forward whether CWP will be interested to invest in our ocean thermal energy driven development to convert power into hydrogen fuel, green hydrogen. Yes, Andrew.
Yeah, what I would say is that the cost of energy is critical in the ultimate cost of hydrogen. Obviously, there are many ways of generating renewable electricity, but by far the dominant forms of generation now are onshore wind and solar. They are they're the winners at scale and cost. So that's the reason why we've focused entirely on onshore mega scale wind and solar. Because it provides the biggest opportunity to get low cost. That is our main focus.
Okay,
but happy to talk.
Yeah, actually, not many people know in the world that ocean thermal energy conversion technology is the only emerging technology that has multiple streams of revenues. Not only power, but you can utilize the deep sea mineral water for the production of mineral water, for the production and high value of marine produce. So in short, I could match any tariff that you pose to me, because I can give even the tariff almost zero, maybe 1 cent per kilowatt hour, right? And now I think in the solar and wind, what's your tariff you're looking at? Is it 5 cent US or 6 cent US?
No, close to 2.
Okay, we can match your 2 cents.
Right.
For because we can generate the income from the sales of our mineral water. Mineral water is also a major, is a commodity in this region throughout the world. And this high value mineral water, you can Google afterwards. In Hawaii, the brand is Mahalo, or Kona. In Taiwan, they call it yes, and retail in Japan about $7 US per liter, and that comes from the deep sea water, right? And just mineral water alone, and the mineral water production can override can recover all your capital costs, for the investment in the ocean thermal energy. So you get very cheap power to generate hydrogen. So we can be very competitive. But unfortunately, not many investors look at this. They think renewable energy just to produce power. But ocean thermal energy, there are streams of revenue more than power. And I think you can Google, there are two places in the world where this has been demonstrated. You can fly to Komijima in Okinawa, right? You can see all this ocean thermal energy driven development, and also you can fly to Hawaii, Big Island. They have already demonstrated the fact that energy power is just a small component of the revenue. You don't have to depend on revenue for the power for you to recover the capital. I think if you're CWP looking at it closely, I think you'll be coming to the tropics. After you have already exhausted your desert in Western Australia, right? And also Australia has also good potential of ocean thermal energy. If you go to island like Christmas Island, right? Christmas Island, that's the tropical part of Australia. So there's another area. So we can explore these prospects, not only in Malaysia, but throughout the whole tropical world, right? Okay, you have comment on that, Andrew? You can make your 2 cents. You can measure.
Happy to learn more. I should say we are developing sort of desert mega projects in other parts of the world. So we have projects now in North Africa, Southern Africa, and also South America. So we're replicating the success of our Australian projects in other parts of the world. Yeah. But we're innovators. We're happy to talk and explore new opportunities, of course.
Yeah, very good. Yeah. I think before you exhaust the desert, you'll come to our tropical waters already. Okay, how many more minutes we have? Mr. Osamu, you are already in Brunei, right? So you just you just invest in the ocean thermal energy plant of Brunei, so you can get your green hydrogen there. Then after that, you move to Malaysia, just a border. We're sharing common boundaries with Brunei. So, you know, so we also looking forward to Chiyoda and your partner like Kawasaki, IHI, all this. Yeah. So, and I think you do have Chiyoda office in Malaysia, but they're focusing more on the industrial gas, you know. So they're yet to. So maybe you like to come to Malaysia, or we can exchange notes, you know, what the prospects of investing ocean thermal energy projects in Malaysia, in Brunei, in Indonesia, in Philippines, you know, throughout the Western Pacific, you know, then we can go beyond that. I think because Western Pacific, Southeast Asian region, very close to Japan. So, sorry, Andrew, I must say this is going all the way to Australia, right? Come to Southeast Asia, nearer, right? Nearer. Sorry, I'm just kidding on this one, right?
Yeah,
okay,
I think you actually bring a very, very valid point, because we see you need the scale to really get it established. You need fast come to scale. So being in collaboration between different interests and putting all the forces, joining forces is really, really important. So I think you're really touching upon a very, very valid point here, to try to create as much international cooperation as only possible.
Yeah, and we also welcome Sweden to invest in Malaysia also, right? Yeah.
Thank you.
So I'm also impressed with Sweden. As I mentioned to you, my email, I went to Stockholm in 1978. Your rivers already clean. You know, people swimming in your rivers in 1978. And our rivers still muddy, you know, still polluted. And I always joke with my German friends, you know, in East Germany in the 80s, they could process contact film in their rivers. I said, why? Because their rivers were full of chemicals. I said, that's interesting. But I said, in the tropics in Malaysia, if a brunette were to jump into our rivers, she most likely pop up as a blonde. You know, so that's our problem. We need to solve the problem.
I think you're absolutely right, and that's why also the creating public awareness of the need for the change, and kind of, you know, the society really getting behind these ambitions is also an important part. So spreading like the event like yours now is obviously very important to spread the knowledge, spread the good information, and the interest is also very, very important.
I think something I forgot to mention earlier, actually our environmental awareness among Malaysians, especially the young ones, even the old ones, are very high in Malaysia. In fact, you look at the Yale University, you know, the Environmental Performance Index, you always see Malaysia ranked very high in terms of environmental awareness, but the action very low. Because why the action very low? Because we have limited choices, right?
Yeah. But still happy to hear that there is, that you always have to start with awareness. So as soon as you start building on it.
Yeah. We don't have any problem about awareness. Yeah. You know, we know more about, you know, football leagues in Europe, in Italy, and everywhere in the world, you know, but our awareness is very high. But we have limited, you know, choices. So now we have to really enlarge the opportunities and also enlarge our choices. Then we'll be okay. So now the Secretariat had already put up a note here. Please open your camera. They want to go for a photographic session, right? So to make it official, we need to see everybody. Mong Ying, Donna, Cik Shamsul, Wan Nadia, Leah, please open your videos. Who's taking the picture? Okay, Mong Ying, Wan Nadia not there. Okay, it's there. I think your picture not very clear, Wan Nadia. I think must be blocked somewhere. Okay, Leah. Right. Ready? Who's taking the picture, Donna or Mong Ying?
I will taking the picture.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So while you're taking the picture, so it remains for me on behalf of the Malaysian Green Technology Climate Change Center to thank all the speakers, excellent presentation, And I must say, this is a very, very memorable event for me in person. And I think that's Malaysia will have a good start to move forward. And we are looking forward to, continue to exchange notes with you. And I think we certainly encourage investments from Sweden, from Japan, from Australia, and from Europe, from UK. Right. And thanks to Ben also, he's left here. And yeah, afterwards we can exchange our email addresses. I think the secretariat has your email addresses. Yeah.
I will be looking forward to that. Thank you.
Yes, problem. Yeah. Then you can come to Malaysia.
I'd love to travel anywhere at this point in time.
Oh yes, Andrew. Yeah. The trouble is you need a special visa or something.
Yeah, it may be some time.
Yeah, it takes some time, but we can always exchange, through email, and also can get to online. I think just as effective. You know what I mean? Yeah.
So this has been a good conversation today.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, this is an expert. Actually, I'm very happy to have met Mr. Osamu Ikeda. I've been wondering who is the man behind this Brunei.
Very famous guy.
Very famous. Today, he's the, I would say, the kingmaker behind this. Yeah. The subject.
Okay.
No. Actually, I'm very impressed. I didn't realize you have worked on this since 1950. I mean, impressive. Very impressive.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah. As we were saying earlier, we have to make full use of every technology, every method for different applications. I think there's no single solution to all of this. Okay, all done?
Yes.
Okay, all done. Okay, thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you.
Arigato gozaimasu. Thank you very much, and to our Nordic friend is let's go Tak, TAKK, right? Is it the right Tak? Am I right, Paul?
That's correct. Absolutely correct. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you to the MC and the support here. Thank you for the support here.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Terima kasih.
Looking forward to see all of you again here.
All right.
Thank you to the moderator, Professor Dr. Insignio Dr. Abu Bakar, for the exceptional handling of the session. We are very much into the presentation as well as the provocative discussion on hydrogen economy by the speakers hailing from Japan, Australia, Sweden, and the United Kingdom. I believe that this will set the pace for a greater hydrogen economy landscape in Malaysia. Thank you to all the speakers for their great presentation and a very engaging discussion. I thank again Mr. Osamu Ikeda, Mr. Andrew Dixon, Mr. Peril Saranak, and Mr. Ben Todd for taking your precious time to be in this forum. We are coming to an end for our last roundtable dialogue session of the event, and as well as the last for the day. We will be having our stakeholders lab forum tomorrow as the fourth and the final day that will spark discussion, create engagement, and hopefully provide solution and direction for the path towards a low carbon hydrogen economy in Malaysia. I hope that all participants stay tuned, have a great day, but remain enthusiastic for the whole event until tomorrow. Everyone, please stay safe, take care, and thank you again for joining us.
Okay, thank you.